stand up. We're going to have a problem here.
Talk about un-Australian. The MCG's infamous Bay 13 has been allocated to the Barmy Army for the Boxing Day test. What? And in Adelaide, the World Beach Volleyball Championship continues. 2 Aussie teams remain on day 6 of action. Both play tonight for a spot in the round of 16. Coming up, SEN Sport. A huge boost for England's bowling stocks, with Mark Wood overcoming a hamstring injury to bowl at training yesterday. The first Ashes test begins in Perth on Friday. Catch it all on SEN. The Socceroos take on Colombia in an international friendly in New York today. And in tennis, Carlos Alcaraz and Taylor Fritz have both committed to play in next year's Laver Cup in London.
Melbourne Racing Club's Black Friday sale on now. Take 50% off young and full memberships.
This is Giddy Up with Gareth Hall.
Good morning, this is Giddy Up with Gareth Hall on this Wednesday, November 19. It's a big hello to you wherever you may be listening on your local SEN track, RSN, and also SEN Turf dials as we go right throughout Western Australia, kicking off this week. Tim Gossage and Scotty Cummings will be on SEN Turf just after 6 o'clock, and their special guest when it comes to the racing game will be Darren McCauley and Simon Miller on this Wednesday. Darren McCauley, in fact, will join me every Wednesday here on Giddy Up just after 10 o'clock for half an hour straight. No ad breaks there. So we'll talk about all of the major topics in WA racing, plus we'll preview the Metro Wednesday card there in Perth. And then, of course, we'll talk with a few of the other major players there in WA racing in that half an hour. So looking forward to that. But it's a massive show coming your way on this Wednesday because we are live from Cambridge Stud, the famous Cambridge Stud in New Zealand, and a man that is so well renowned in the breeding industry right throughout the world, Henry Plumtree, who is the boss, basically, of Cambridge Stud these days. He'll be joining us and looking forward to catching up with Henry, as we always do. Cameron Luke will be live from Cranbourne this morning because we've got the Cranbourne Cup and Meteorite Barrier Draw, and that is happening just after 10 o'clock. But Cameron will be there catching up with all of the major players ahead of Cranbourne's biggest day there on Saturday. Terrific field there for the Meteorite. Arkansas Kid, Jigsaw, Nadal will be representing Kiramar Racing. Watch Me Win, Zoo Sensation, Need Some Luck, representing Ladbrokes for Peter Snowden after its impressive win at Flemington the other day. Beauty Charge for Maddie Smith. Hedge will be representing Carl Holtz and Gavin Bedgegood. Sought After, it's not the worst, $100 chance. It's owned by Waikato Stud, trained by Peter Moody and also Catherine Coleman, and it's representing the Moody Racing slot, Sought After. Stretton Angel for Philip Stokes, Soft Love for the Yulong slot, Matty Laurie, Extra 2, and also Jenny the Fox for Tony Otterbray. So that's the field there, of course, for the media, right? And the Cranbourne Cup, that final field will be announced just after 9:30 with the acceptances closing at 9:30. So we'll know that field around 10 o'clock. So Cameron Luke will be live at Cranbourne throughout the morning with us here on Giddy Up. So looking forward to that. We've got our regulars, of course, on Giddy Up on a Wednesday morning. Tassie time with Matty Reid. We'll find you some winners with bag of tips across the 3 codes. That'll happen just after 11 o'clock as well. And we'll talk Greyhounds, the weekly chase, to conclude the show this morning with Georgie Ferrugia and Jason Adams. And looking forward to catching up with Andrew Seabrook, the CEO of NZB, with the launch of the catalogue, The Road to Karaka 2026. Of course, we're celebrating 100 years of New Zealand bloodstock selling thoroughbreds in New Zealand. So looking forward to catching up with Andrew. 0499 736 736 to join our conversation anytime you want. That's 0499 736 736. You can watch us live every day, streaming live on the SEN app, also our Facebook page and YouTube channel. And this is all thanks to Bet365. It's never ordinary when it's brought to you by Bet365. Imagine what you could be buying instead for free and confidential support. Visit gamblinghelponline.org.au. Big show coming your way. Henry Plumtree is our special guest, the CEO of Cambridge Stud. He joins us here on this Wednesday morning at this beautiful farm here, the famous Cambridge Stud. Hello to you, Henry. Thanks for having us once again, mate.
Good morning and welcome back.
Yes, it is great to be back. There's a lot of rain and the farms are looking beautiful around Cambridge and the Waikato, and you're gearing up for one of the 100th celebration of selling thoroughbreds with New Zealand bloodstock in January.
Yes, and we've been, we had a good discussion about it earlier in the year, and we were selling every Cambridge yearling at Karaka this year. Yeah.
So talk us through that decision.
We tend to put out a draft of 70 or 80 yearlings a year, and we like to spread it around a little bit because some of them are different types. You know, we've had very good service from Magic Minis, we've had very good service from Englishes, but essentially we're Kiwi breeders, and upwards of 75% of our draft always goes to Karaka anyway.
Yes.
It wasn't a difficult decision. Lots of reasons why we would support NZB in their 100th year, but for me personally, the incredible career of Peter Vella in racing since the mid-1980s, and his brother Philip. I'm very close to that family, and it wasn't a difficult decision to support him 100%. And the New Zealand Bloodstock team have done a great job this year in making sure that people stay on board with that concept.
We were at Sir Pengarrow Stud there yesterday, the home of Sir Peter Vella, and it was a thoroughly enjoyable chat with Sir Peter Vella there yesterday. Everything that he's been able to do in racing. His story's come a long way since being a school teacher.
Yes.
And it's an extraordinary story. It's an inspiring story. In the 30 years when he took over NZB with his brother Philip, and it was Sir Patrick Hogan, of course, that talked him into it.
For a couple of years.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. And then Sir Patrick said, "You're doing such a good job, Sir Peter.
Why don't you keep going?" Yeah.
Keep on going. And really, New Zealand racing's been lucky to have him.
Very lucky, but it's like, for him, it's like having a headache for 25 years, you know?
Yeah, and he still, I think he's still got the passion for it.
Oh, undoubtedly. I think, you know, it's an amazing legacy to get to. He's only a bit older than me, Peter, but it's amazing legacy to get that to that stage and still be as enthusiastic and as keen as he is. Investing in bloodstock all over the world. He's a big investor with Coolmore, of course, in their colt syndicates. But he's also got a beautiful homegrown band of brood mares here. Probably 2 or 3 taproot mares in that family. Go back to the mare that won the Hong Kong Cup and those great mares that Philip and he produced. Most of those families are still active at Pencarrow.
You've been in this game for a long time. Travelled around the world.
Is it showing?
No, not really. You never look better. You want the metrosexuals coming out, and you, Henry, all of the facials and that you've done all over the years. Now,
it's just my hair's falling out. That's all right.
What about, say, New Zealand breeding? Like when you talk to people overseas, not in Australia, but in Europe and that, what do they say about the breed from New Zealand?
I think they're a very durable breed.
Yeah.
And I think that is to do with the landscape here, the soil, the topsoil, the soil. It's predominantly, I'm told, it's volcanic basalt.
Yes.
It's very active, minerally soil. The Waikato is very good draining country. But the main thing probably is that the grass grows here 10 months of the year.
Yeah.
You can get a flush of grass in May and June that looks like the spring.
Yeah.
In fact, you have to be very careful when you're rearing horses in this environment here, because it's very easy to overdo them.
Yeah.
They're getting plenty of grass anyway, but it's, you add too much hard feed and all of a sudden you've got 80 fatties on your hands, So you've just got to be a bit careful. In Australia, it was completely different. I mean, we had that wonderful farm for Sheikh Mohammed at Woodlands, which was 5,000 acres, but we needed that acreage because we were rearing the horses differently.
Yeah.
It was more based on what they were getting in terms of hard feed. The pasture was okay, but it wasn't.
Yeah.
It wasn't like the pasture here.
So when you came here and helped out the Lindsay family, Brendan and Joe, who purchased Cambridge Stud off, of course, Sir Patrick Hogan.
Well, they helped me out because I was unemployed.
Yeah, I know. But hey, were you expecting to be here as long as you've been?
No.
Why have you stayed this long?
Look, I mean, number of reasons. Michelle and I have got 4 children, and they're scattered to the 4 corners of the globe.
Yes.
So there's no one in Australia saying, you need to come home, Mum and Dad. So that was one reason. We've got a beautiful house in Cambridge, which we now own, and it's very comfortable. We love Cambridge as a town.
It's a beautiful town.
We actually had a house in Auckland for about 4 or 5 years, and we loved that as well. But New Zealand's a very easy country to live in.
Yeah.
And it's 3 hours from Australia.
Yeah.
So we've got family back in Australia. Michelle's mum's there, so we can get back there on a regular basis. I wouldn't say this out loud, but it's sort of like the 8th state of Australia, over here. They don't like hearing that, but
well, it's true. It's true. I can't believe you need your passport to come into New Zealand, basically.
I know, what's all that about?
Yeah.
We can blame Jacinda for that.
100%. Now, we won't go there.
She's got a really good job at the moment.
Yes, what's she doing?
She's running a division of the United Nations.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
That's a perfect job for her.
Perfect job for her.
Perfect job.
Yeah.
So Cambridge Stud, when you took it over, obviously it's got the name Cambridge Stud. When you talk to people in Australia, if you said, well, it'd be Waikato and Cambridge Stud would be the first studs, I reckon, that would come into their minds. But then basically when you took it over, you sort of had to rejuvenate it away in a little bit.
Yeah, we did. The most important thing about Cambridge for Brendan and Joe was the brand, Cambridge Stud, which Patrick had made an iconic thoroughbred brand through the exploits of Zabeel and Citristrum and Tavistock, and he'd done an extraordinary job here. So it was about brand preservation, but actually taking the next step and turning it into something different, but at the same time respecting that brand, Cambridge Stud. And I think probably they've done it in a number of ways. Yes, we put a bulldozer through the old buildings, and that wasn't necessarily with Patrick's blessing, and Patrick used to spend a lot of time up here telling us what we were doing wrong, which was fine. Those mornings when he came up, which is around about once a month, he would sit in this room, which was the first building to be built, and his office was over in the corner there, and we built this. Was just about he'd come here for morning tea and tell us what we should be doing and what we weren't doing. Like the stallion barn, he said, I don't know why you need to build something as big as that. He said, my stallions were quite happy in tiny boxes. He said, they were out in their paddocks all day. And I said, Patrick, that was your opinion, and that was 50 years ago.
Yes.
Things are a little bit different now. And with Brendan and Joe, if you built a brand like Sistema, the plastic brand that he built from absolutely nothing, one thing you're very good at is attention to detail on branding, because Sistema was all about branding. Tupperware's one thing, but Tupperware with little coloured wings on it, and for kids, lunchboxes and that sort of thing. Thinking outside the square, coming up with a product like that takes a linear mind, and he's got that linear mind, and so she. They built this place with that in mind.
It was genius, really, what they were able to do with their previous business. If you you just pointed out, when you learn what the Lindsays were able to achieve. And then has it been interesting from your background, meaning someone completely different in a way with their ideas coming into a breeding industry? Because at the end of the day, and Sir Patrick Hogan was ahead of his time in a way. He was a great marketer as well, but obviously the times have changed a little bit as well. How have you found that experience, and what have you learnt maybe from the Lindsays?
Every time you take on a major client, I've been lucky enough to have 3 or 4 of them. Lloyd Williams, Sheikh Mohammed, Lady McDonald Buchanan in Newmarket. Every time you take them on, they're all different.
Yeah.
And the Lindsays were different in a way that they brought a completely different outlook to the business at Cambridge. As I said, branding was very important to them, but probably the key ingredient for them, which I identified pretty quickly, was that they wanted competitive racehorses. They wanted to be at Randwick or at Flemington on a big day or at Ellerslie with a good horse. So what we've tried to do is make those colours, internationally recognised.
Yeah.
And we've been lucky. We've had Jolly Star, we've had Carmelas, so we've had some great horses. Hello Youmzain was a masterstroke buying into him 6 months before the Ascot race. The tragedy of that race was it was the first year of COVID and there was no one there.
Yes.
So we didn't get to have cucumber sandwiches with the Queen, and that was all a bit of a shit show, really.
Imagine Brendan and the Queen.
Yeah, well, he met the Queen.
Oh, did he? Yes.
Yes, he met the Queen the year that we did the deal with Roaring Lion.
Yes.
David Redvers and Sheikh Fahd invited him to go to the final Champions Day at Ascot in the Qatari box, in the Qatari racing box, and the Queen was in the box next door, and they met her.
Yeah.
They spent half an hour with her.
Okay.
Yeah.
What was that experience like?
For them, an absolute highlight. And interestingly, they were invited to the pre-champions ball in London by John Ferguson, who was my old boss, and he said, "You need to come over and do the whole thing." Brendan and Joe are not that sort of people. They were a little bit sort of reticent about saying yes, and I said, "You know what? You should go. It's a once-in-a-lifetime thing."
Yeah.
They loved it.
Yeah.
They loved it. They loved the day at Ascot, and Roaring Lion was a tragedy for us, but they had a great day that day.
Henry Plumtree is my special guest here on Giddy Up. We're live from Cambridge Stud on this beautiful Wednesday morning. Despite it raining, it's still gorgeous in this part of the world. Hey, we'll take a quick break. We'll come back with plenty more. Don't forget, Cam Luke will be live at Cranbourne for the Cranbourne Cup and Meteorite Barrier draw. You've got a horse in the Cranbourne Cup.
We certainly have.
Holly Mans.
Yeah, an old stager, first crop of Almanzor, been a great old soldier for us.
Can he win the Cranbourne Cup second up?
We thought he could win that race first up on Derby Day. Had a bit of traffic problems in that one. Yes, I think he probably can with the right run.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
So we'll see what he draws there today. We'll catch up with all of the major players there live at Cranbourne this morning. It's a great weekend of racing, Henry. We've got the Group 1 Railway Stakes, the time-honoured Railway Stakes. It's the start of the Group 1s there, 4 consecutive weeks basically, or 3 consecutive weeks, and then they've got the Gold Rush, which is still worth $1.5 million.
Yeah.
And then we've got the Gong as well this Saturday. It never stops anymore.
It never stops. No.
And that's worth $1 million there.
Especially with Racing New South Wales pushing all the buttons. It'll keep going.
Don't think you're getting away without me asking you any questions about how racing's going. So I'm looking forward to asking you a few of the tougher questions, Henry. So
I'm looking forward to throwing a few dead cats on the table.
19 minutes past 8. We'll come back with plenty more. This is Giddy Up, all thanks to Bet365.
Melbourne Racing Club's Black Friday sale on now. Take 50% off young and full memberships.
This is Giddy Up with Gareth Hall.
Welcome back to Giddy Up. Gareth Hall with you. My special guest is the superstar Henry Plumtree, the CEO of Cambridge Stud. And we are broadcasting live as we continue on. This is our final day broadcasting the Road to Karaka show that we've been doing here since Monday. 2026, NZB will be celebrating 100 years of selling thoroughbreds, which is quite extraordinary when you think about it. Just quickly, that Bet365 market for that Railway Stakes. Watch Me Rock 420, Barrier 4, Western Empire 420, Barrier 1. Barrier 1 will be a good draw or not. I don't reckon we'll know until after the race, but Watch Me Rock, that's a perfect draw for him, Barrier 4. Super Smick will need a little bit of luck from 12. Ozapinko's drawing the car park, but he gets back. Cosmic Crusaders at $9, he won't get a run. And Depth of Character, he should be a bigger price. He's $10 with Bet365. He's drawn out the back as well. Storyville at 15, Diamond Scene at 17. So Grant and Alana Williams are definitely well placed to win another Railway Stakes there on Saturday. We'll continue the build up to the Railway Stakes, of course, with Darren McCauley a little later on here on Giddy Up. And that Barry draw for the Cranbourne Cup and Meteorite will be conducted after 10 o'clock this morning. Cameron Luke will be live at Cranbourne for that Barry draw for us, so he'll catch up with all of the major players ahead of those two feature races at Cranbourne on Saturday as they celebrate their biggest day of the year. So looking forward to catching up with Cameron. But Henry Plumtree's with me, and we're just talking about your catalogue, and you're selling all of your horses, your yearlings, at Cambridge this year. What does your draft look like? Are you excited about it?
Yeah, it's a good draft. It's what we call a medium range draft. Have we got any superstars in there? We've got a Zoostar colt out of a very good mare called Let's Be Glam.
Yes,
who
very good mare.
Won a Blue Diamond Prelude, came here and won a stakes race here. It's a lovely family. He's a beautiful colt. He's probably our headline horse. But we've got a couple of others. We're actually keeping the Schnitzel filly out of Properbill, so she's not going to the sale. But that's going back to the Lindsays and what keeps them engaged. They're good mares. They don't want to sell anything out of them because they're like family. Mm-hmm. It's like selling a member of the family.
How does the CEO of a stud think about that? Isn't it a business where you think, well, this is where we can make some money, Brendan?
My job is to say, you can make some money out of this.
Yes. But
my job is also to think to myself, who pays the bills?
That's a very good question to ask
everything yourself. We do at Cambridge and everything that we are privileged to do here as staff is really down to them. And that's the same. It was the same with Sheikh Mohammed. Yeah. You know, you basically, you're relying on people funding these things.
And so I love that about the Lindsay. So they're in it here to have, obviously they're great business people and they're here to try and make it work, but they're also here to enjoy it.
100% it's about enjoyment.
Yeah.
I mean, he had 30, 40 years with Joe, with that company, and that was just a constant flight here, flight there, flying everywhere. I mean, he was on a plane 9 months of the year, coming back to New Zealand, and he'd already built a racing stable up at Karaka. So we've got a farm up at Karaka. You might have been there, I don't know. We've got 30-odd horses in training there with Lance Noble. And if you said to me, is that the thing that, with the training, is that the thing that really floats their boat? Yes, it is. Yeah. Because they go out to the racing stable and they've got a beautiful house out there. They go out there 2 or 3 times a week. And the grandchildren go out there, and it's fun. And Lance is, he's a great trainer, and he's perfect for them. Yeah. Because he lets Brendan help him train them.
And that's I think he's living everybody's dream. If you had Brendan's money, well, if I had Brendan's money, that's exactly what I would do. You would have horses, you'd have your private trainer, you'd participate in it, you would learn, you'd make mistakes, you'd have success. Yeah. And you enjoy the ride that this great game can provide.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we've been very close to a Group 1 horse at Karaka while I've been here. We've been placed. We've got a very good mare this year called Jaffe. She ran second in the Group 1 Fillies and Mares Mile last year. I think she could get to a Group 1 this year. And there's a couple of others in the string, and you only need 2 or 3.
Yeah.
And you're away. You know, they're the ones that get you out of bed in the morning. Bit light on for 3-year-olds this year. Lance had a beautiful Hello Hume Zone filly last year called Ramallah. Won first time out on Boxing Day. Sustained an injury. 3 months in the box. She came out of the box and went into a paddock, and we had the worst thunderstorm that night, and she went over a fence. So she's in rehab at the moment. Will she get back to the racecourse? I don't know. But she was very impressive on Boxing Day. So bit of bad luck there. But, you know, by and large, that string has been very competitive.
Stay with us, Henry. I want to ask you about Jolly Star and a few of your stallions straight after the news. It's right on 8:30. This is Giddy Up, live from Cambridge Stud, all thanks to Bet365.
Good morning, making SEN News headlines. Technicians have fixed an IT outage that hit all major airlines, with passengers across the country facing delays up until late last night. A fine of more than $820,000 for Optus after scammers exploited a security flaw in the telco's verification system. Roblox is rolling out tech to make sure it complies with kids' social media laws that begin next month. The US House of Representatives vote in favour to release the Epstein files. An Aussie country music star, Keith Urban, has performed at Mar-a-Lago, angering the anti-Trump crowd. Up next, SEN Sport. A huge boost for England's bowling stocks, with Mark Wood overcoming a hamstring injury to bowl at training yesterday. The first Ashes test begins in Perth on Friday. Catch it all on SEN. The Socceroos take on Colombia in an international friendly in New York today. And in tennis, Carlos Alcaraz and Taylor Fritz have both committed to play in next year's Laver Cup in London.
Melbourne Racing Club's Black Friday sale on now. Take 50% off young and full memberships.
This is Giddy Up with Gareth Hall.
Welcome back to Giddy Up. Gareth Hall with you on this beautiful Wednesday morning. We're live from Cambridge Stud. My special guest is the CEO of Cambridge Stud, Henry Plumtree. We're talking all things racing, basically, and Cambridge Stud, of course, the famous Cambridge Stud. Now, Jolly Star, how long has she got left in her? She'll continue on in the autumn?
Yep, she's going to continue on in the autumn. I mean, we had a great spring without winning a major.
Which is frustrating.
Her performance in the shorts was nothing short of outstanding.
Yeah.
She went into another Everest, and she was either first or second favourite.
Yeah.
The thing about the Everest, I'll tell you my thoughts about the Everest, is that you've got to have a horse that's got tactical speed out of the barriers. And if you look at Red Zell, you look at Kaying Rising, even Bella Nipotina last year, they've got that tactical speed out of the barriers, so that when they're 200 metres out of the barriers, they're in perfect position to make a decision as to whether you go forward, back, get cover, whatever. She's never really had that tactical speed out of the barriers. She can be half a length slow.
Yeah.
And you can't do that in an Everest. And I think she ran a brave race. You know, we went down to Melbourne with high hopes, and we got done by the weather. So that's just racing.
Yeah.
She ran a very good race in Melbourne.
You'd love the Everest to be down the straight.
Good luck with that.
Yeah, no.
Good luck with that. She's look. She's. I think Chris has got an Expressway, Canterbury Stakes, TJ path for her.
Yeah.
I wouldn't put it past Brendan and Joe to say yes to a Newmarket again, because I
Okay.
think that time of year in Melbourne the tracks are generally fast.
Yes.
And she was absolutely explosive in the Newmarket last year. It would be an aspirational thing, but I think it would be fantastic for Cambridge Stud if we could get her to Ascot.
Okay.
And we've had a mild conversation with Brendan and Joe about it, and not unnaturally, as owners, again, she's a member of the family now, Jolly Star. You're terrified of something going wrong
Yes.
with the travel, or something going wrong over there, and something like that. I understand all of that. Having said that, I think performing on that stage with a good race mare from Australia, the English press are very good to Australians when they go. They give them huge coverage,
Yeah.
and it's for nothing.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, and Ascot are very good to you when you go there. And I think it's, as I said, it's an aspirational thing. And if the answer is no, that's absolutely no problem. Would we look at racing her on as a 6-year-old? She will have had something like 22, 23 starts by then. Doesn't sound a lot, but most of them are Group 1s.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's a tough call,
Yeah.
you know. Probably pop her off to stud.
It'd be great to see her at Ascot. You would think that the way that set up there at Ascot would be perfect for her, especially with her dominance down the straight at Flemington on a good track.
Yeah, and she's probably, her best trips around 1350, maybe 1400.
Yeah.
So Ascot's stiff.
Yeah.
You know, that uphill climb to the post is really knocks it out of you. If you don't, you can't go to Ascot as a 5 furlong horse and expect to win.
Yeah. So that is exciting. She's been a great horse, hasn't she?
Wonderful.
Yeah, Jolly Star.
Wonderful from the moment we looked at her as a yearling. They paid a lot of money for her. But she ticks a lot of boxes. We use a rating system called Eclipse Thoroughbreds Ratings, and we have a cut-off point, which is 40. She was 87, which is a high rating because of her family. And she was a beautiful yearling, off a great stud. You know, Peter O'Brien at Sedge and Ho, he does an amazing job. Incredible number of group horses that come off that place. And, you know, Chris was very patient with her as a 2-year-old. He didn't really produce her until the May of her 2-year-old year, and she won a race at Warwick Farm, and then she went out to the paddock. Just being gentle with her and being careful with her is why she's as good as she is now.
Talking about the other stars that Cambridge Stud have owned in recent times with the Lindsays, Probable, you mentioned her before. How's she going as a mum?
She's had an Almanzor filly, which is a 2-year-old. That's with Lance at the moment. She's got a Schnitzel filly. She's a nice filly. I mean, you wouldn't look at it and go, wow. But it's out of Probable, and she doesn't throw fantastic types. She just throws workman-like horses, you know.
Yeah.
And she's just had a Chaldean colt.
Okay.
Yeah, so he's about 4 days old.
Yeah. How is Chaldean going?
Going really well.
Yeah.
Yeah. Look, he's a gorgeous-looking little horse, and he's very strong, and he sort of appeals to the Australian breeders. We got quite a few Australian studs to send mares to him.
Yeah.
Great walker, good hip, good shoulder, and he's going really well. He's got a nice pedigree. I see his mother's up for sale next week in December sales, which is a bit sad. 17 years old, but she was the one who had the 2.5 million guinea filly at the sales last year. Yeah, bought by Emma Racing.
Yeah.
Look, but he's popular, and we've got a great group of breeders in him to support him.
We'll take a break. We'll come back with more of Henry Plumtree, the CEO of Cambridge Stud, straight after this. This is Giddy Up live from Cambridge Stud as we continue the road to Karaka 2026.
Melbourne Racing Club's Black Friday sale on now. Take 50% off young and full memberships.
This is Giddy Up with Gareth Hall.
It's great to have your company wherever you may be listening on RSN, of course, SEN Track and SEN Turf. It's 5:44 in the West. Tim Gossage and Scotty Cummings to join you just after 6 o'clock. Simon Miller will be their special guest this morning. Great to have your company in Queensland as well. It's 7:44 in the Sunshine State, and we're live from New Zealand. Currently, it's closing on what's 11:15 now, so it's great to have your company wherever you may be listening on this Wednesday morning. We're live from the famous Cambridge Stud. Henry Plumtree is my special guest. Henry, Al Mansour's a beauty.
Yeah.
Son of Wooden Bassett.
Yes.
We lost Wooden Bassett this year, but Al Mansour was the first of the Wooden Bassets that really put his hand up. In fact, he was super important to that stallion.
Yes, he was, and it's interesting when we bought him. Our nomination guy. Can you just? No. Just leave it there, please. Okay, thank you. Sorry.
That's all right, Henry. He's still giving instructions. It's unbelievable, really. He never stopped working. What we're talking about Al Mansour.
Look, 2018 we bought him looking for a stallion. Didn't really know where to look or couldn't afford an Australian one. Scott Caller, who's the head of sales and noms here, said there's a horse in France called Al Mansour. Was just a superstar racehorse. Gone to start at Etterham. I said, what's he buying? He says, by Wooden Bassett. And I said, who's Wooden Bassett? Yeah. And it's interesting because Ifraj had been an okay stallion here, but a little bit temperamental, some of them. Yeah. So he'd gone back to Europe and he was a pretty successful stallion up there. When we went to buy Al Mansour, we were still 50-50 about Wooden Bassett. Yeah. And we spoke to Nicholas de Chambier about him, and he said, look, I don't think you would have any worries about Wooden Bassett at the end of this year, because we know that he's got half a dozen black type horses coming through the ranks. He was €8,000 at the time. Yeah. 2 years later, he was €40,000. 3 years later, he was sold to Coolmore for 40 million. It's a big story, you know. But he was an interesting looking horse, Wooden Bassett, because he looked like a sprinter. Yeah. Al Mansour is a beautiful, scopy European staying type. Yeah. Different types altogether. Yeah. And that's what he gets. Yeah. You know?
How is racing going in your eyes?
New Zealand or Australia?
Both. Because they are one, as you say.
I think the racing industry in both countries is fundamentally very strong. Yeah. Because it's actually being run by, or the studs and the racing stables, they were great participants in both countries. You look at an example would be for us, Jolly Star got beaten on Champions Day by Giga Kick. Yeah. No better sight than watching Clayton Douglas doing cartwheels around the mounting yard. Yeah. Great participants, really good people. We've touched on Bjorn Baker. Yeah. That filly that we had that won on Melbourne Cup Day was not just an experience because she won on Melbourne Cup Day, but it was an experience being at the races with Bjorn. I've never been at the races with him before.
Haven't you?
It's like having a maniac on the end of a lead, isn't it? You know,
the energy is amazing.
Incredible energy, you know, and it's so good for the sport. Yeah. The problem with racing, when it's been the same problem for 40 or 50 years, is that the administration in both countries lurches from crisis to crisis. Mm-hmm. And they're not afraid to they air their dirty laundry in public at the wrong time. Mm-hmm. Just get it completely wrong. Yeah. How do you fix that problem? Selection process on boards and that sort of thing. It needs to be better. Yeah. And you probably need to have more racing people involved, and not doing it for the social side of it, but doing it for the business side of it, the administrative side of it. You know, it's a huge industry. It's a massive employer. You've got to make governments understand that, you know. Mm. So I think the fundamentals, particularly in Australia, are very, very strong. I think the administrations need to have a bloody good look at themselves.
I think it's a situation where you've got that the strong PRAs have got to have great relationships with the government, and I think that's that will make or break you in a way.
I think the PRAs have got to have great relationships with the government. I think the PRAs have also got to acknowledge that they've got to have great relationships with their stakeholders.
Yes. I think Aaron Morrison's done a great job with that since
he's done a great job. I mean, look, it's in train at the moment. What's happening in New South Wales, but Queensland's gone through, constitutional crisis in the last 15, 20 years. And there's no better than a Queenslander in a fight.
Yeah.
They love a good fight. They sack boards and do all that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
Is it healthier because of that? When the dust settles, you've got to look at a model that's better than the one before.
Yeah. The pattern, some people say that they, I find this interesting. Some bloodstock people go, well, why do you need like that? Who cares if your horse, if it wins an Everest, everybody knows it's won the Everest or a Golden Eagle, and we can see it on the page. We're not idiots anymore. It's just common sense. Some say that you definitely need the pattern working a lot better than what's been happening in Australian racing. Your thoughts on this? Because it continues to be a situation which goes around and round in circles and nothing's ever getting done.
It's common knowledge that the pattern got disbanded in Australia in 2017.
Yes.
All around the time that the Everest was applied for as a Group 1 race, and that was refused by the Asian Racing Conference, whatever it was. At the end of the day, the ins and outs are irrelevant. What is relevant is that if we want to be part of the international racing community, we have to be part of the pattern.
Mm-hmm.
Saying that you don't like the pattern or it doesn't apply in our particular jurisdiction is like saying in an English village, I don't like the local policeman. He's not a very nice chap. Bad luck, he's the local policeman. The pattern is there for a purpose, and the thing that is indelibly tied to the pattern is the International Stud Book. If you lose that status, Gareth, you chop your bloodstock values in half, and you become an outlier. Now, is that going to happen? I don't think so, because Australia and New Zealand have proven themselves on the international stage at a level that makes it very difficult for any committee to say, you're not wanted anymore. There'll be a resolution. It's a pity that it's happened, but I'm sure that there will be a resolution, and I think a return to common sense. And look, the pattern's going to make decisions that some of us don't like. But that's just a fact of life.
Is there too many Group 1 races?
Probably.
Yeah.
Yeah, probably. And, some of the smaller states will struggle in that regard. New Zealand's going to struggle in that regard. But we've got to be realistic. Is the Hong Kong part of the pattern something that gets people offside because they've got no breeding industry behind them? It doesn't really matter. Hong Kong is probably the strongest racing entity in the world in terms of administration. Yeah. So they need to have a voice. Mm-hmm. Japanese, they're very important.
Yeah. Yeah.
They will get there. It's a pity that it's happened, but you need to restore some order for Australia and New Zealand to keep their place on the international stage.
We could talk all day, but we appreciate you coming and having us here once again. You haven't gone too far, but having us here at Cambridge Stud, it's just great to be back at this famous property here in New Zealand. So much history. And we wish you the best of luck with all of your draft there at Karaka 2026.
What about the Cranbourne Cup?
Yeah, Holly Mans, we're on.
Well, if I draw outside 12, I'm not talking to anybody.
Well, we'll get you as the Cranbourne Cup barrier draw will be happening live here on Giddy Up this morning. So what barrier, who's riding? Have you got a rider?
I don't know at the moment.
Mickey D usually rides Holly Mans.
Yeah, he rides a lot of horses for us, Mickey. Yeah, he's a good Matamata boy.
Yes, just around the corner from here. Well, we'll keep you updated, Henry, but thanks for joining us, mate. I know it's a very busy time of the year for everybody involved in the breeding game in New Zealand with the sales just around the corner, basically. But thanks for having us, mate.
Look, if I wasn't here, I'd be asleep in my office. So it's good to be here.
Thank you, Henry.
Thanks, guys.
The legendary Henry Plumtree. What a career he has had in the bloodstock game and the racing game. It is 9:53. We'll take a quick break, and 8:53, I should say. We'll take a quick break, and we'll come back and wrap up this first hour here on Giddy.
Melbourne Racing Club's Black Friday sale on now. Take 50% off young and
Welcome back to Giddy Up. I don't know what happened there, so we got a little bit of time on this Wednesday morning. Henry Plumtree, the CEO of Cambridge Stud, is back with me because, Henry, I forgot to ask you a question.
I'm a bit like John Farnham.
You are. You keep on coming back.
I
know you're a busy man because you've got to get to Metallica tonight, your type of band, I reckon. Hey, Sheikh Mohammed, you work with him for a long time.
About 15 years,
Yes. So what happens with Godolphin here in Australasia? How long do you think that it will continue to go? Because it's had so much success over the last couple of years. Because there's always talk regarding Godolphin, especially in world racing these days, when... and you don't really want to talk about this, but eventually it'll happen one day that Sheikh Mohammed will pass on. And what will happen to the Godolphin brand? What do you think will happen?
I'm not entirely sure because I look at, there have been other Middle Eastern moguls like Khalid Abdullah and the two Salman brothers from Saudi Arabia who've passed on. But Juddmonte continues.
Yes.
With the two sons. At the moment, Sheikh Hamdan, who was Sheikh Mohammed's brother, he died about 10 years ago. His daughter, Sheikh Ahissa, has carried on that in a smaller form. I'm not sure if you look at Sheikh Mohammed's bloodstock holdings around the world, I don't think there'll be anything happening while he's alive because I think it's his wish that it continues.
Yeah.
And part of that is the Godolphin Flying Start program for the kids. 12 kids a year, which happens every year, and as long as that's continuing, I think he will have that thought process that he wants it to continue because they go everywhere within the Godolphin camp. They go to Japan, they come to Australia, they go to America. What happens when he's not around is anyone's guess.
Yeah.
Are the family engaged? Sheikh Hamdan, who is the Crown Prince, races quite a lot of horses in the UK.
Without a fight?
Yeah, absolutely. And then you've got his brother, Sheikh Maktoum. He's the Minister for Finance in Dubai. He's probably not as interested in the horses. They do a lot of endurance racing, but they don't do much thoroughbred racing. So, look, they're doing a great job in Australia, and Andy's, he's moved the dial slightly and changed the structure of what's going on there. And good on him. He's done
a great job.
Done a good job.
The results speak for themselves. So
absolutely.
Yeah.
And running that model with a single trainer, there's a lot of pressure on that one trainer.
Yeah.
If you've got your horses spread around a dozen Group 1 winning trainers, you've got a hell of an opportunity.
Makes them very hungry as well. Yeah. Henry, thanks for that, mate. Appreciate it. They wanted you on so much more. They decided just to cut the ad breaks off and get you back on. You enjoy Metallica tonight. We appreciate you joining us. I never thought I'd see you at a Metallica concert, but there you go. You learn something every day.
I'll show you my outfit.
Thank you, Henry. There's Henry Plumtree, the CEO of Cambridge Stud. The CEO of NZB, Andrew Seabrook, will be my special guest after the news.
Good morning, I'm Nate Gardner with SEN News. 350 jobs are on the chopping block at Australia's leading science and research agency. CSIRO says it can no longer afford to maintain the breadth of its programs or workforce. It follows around 800 research and science job losses in the past 18 months. The first cyclone of the season has formed off northern Australia. Tropical cyclone Fina is forecast to reach Category 2 strength today and could head towards Darwin over the next few days. A former South Australian cricketer has faced court after allegedly assaulting a young boy. 44-year-old Paul Cameron Roff has been charged with committing aggravated assault that causes harm following an incident in March. The Advertiser reports the boy was aged just 12 at the time. The accused is currently on bail, with the case going to to a pre-trial conference in January. The US House of Representatives has voted 427 votes to 1 in favour of releasing files on late sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. Questions are now being raised of how much of the information will be redacted if it passes the Senate. Prior to the vote, Epstein victims called on Donald Trump to release the files without the vote, which the president has the power to do.
You are our president. Please start acting like it. Show some class. Show some real leadership.
The 39th ARIA Awards are on tonight. That sees electronic DJ Nina Dracci leading the nominations with 8, and the round of 32 at the World Beach Volleyball Championships continues today. Coming up, SEN Sport. All-rounder Cameron Green says he's feeling fresh ahead of the Perth Ashes test beginning on Friday. Catch it on SEN. It's after scoring 94 and bowling 16 overs for WA in the Shield win over Queensland.
We know Ashes has everything and you've got to exert so much energy, so yeah, you still want to be up and about by the 4th, 5th test, so yeah, that's a great positive leading to the tour.
Live on RSN and SEN Track. This is Giddy Up with Gareth Hall.
Welcome back to Giddy Up. Great to have your company on this beautiful Wednesday morning. We're live from the famous Cambridge Stud in New Zealand. This is our final day here in New Zealand as we continue the road to Karaka 2026, where NZB will be celebrating 100 years of selling thoroughbreds. Andrew Seabrook's about to join us. Looking forward to that. Don't forget, just after 9:30, Cameron Luke will join us live from Cranbourne. Cranbourne Cup barrier draw, along with the meteorite barrier draw, being conducted today at Cranbourne. So Cam Luke will be there for us, catching up with all of the major players. Acceptances close at 9:30 this morning for the Cranbourne Cup, and then they'll quickly put that field together and the barrier draw around 10 o'clock. So we'll have all of the news breaking out of Cranbourne this morning, so you won't miss anything here. Of course, Holy Man's representing Cambridge going around in that Cranbourne Cup. And the Meteorites a pretty handy race this year. It's obviously in its second year running. The 2 slot races for Southside Racing. There's one, of course, at Cranbourne, the other one at Pakenham. Same slot holders. Arkansas Kid for Lindsay Park. Jigsaw for the Moonee Valley Racing Club. Nadal representing Kiramar Racing. Watch Me Win for the Lofty Group. Sioux Sensation for OTI Racing, teaming up with Bennett Racing. Need Some Luck for Ladbrokes. Beauty Charge for the 308 Group. Hedge for Carl Holtz. He owns that horse, of course, trained by Gavin Bedgegood. Clabell for Seamus Mills Bloodstock. Sought After the Kiwi. Was 4th in a Kiwi last year, or this year. I reckon he's a big price. He was 100 to 1 with Bet365 Sought After. Representing Peter Moody and Kath Coleman in their slot. Stretton Angel is Southside Racing's slot horse this year for Philip Stokes. Yulong will be represented by their own horse, Soft Love. Cavello Park, Extra 2. And Cape Shank Racing, which is Tony Otterbray's setup, will be represented by one of Tony's horses, Jenny the Fox, for Lucy Yeomans. And then, of course, we'll have that cup field shortly. Andrew Seabrook is my special guest right now at Cambridge Stud. Andrew, thanks for having us, mate. Good morning to you.
Good morning, Gareth. Thanks for having me.
We were at Sir Peter Vella's place there at Pangara yesterday. What an extraordinary place that is. And we listened to his story, Sir Peter Vella. Obviously, he's been your boss for a while, but what a remarkable man.
Yes, he's been my boss for, he bought the company in '96, so since then, I was.
So you've been here from day one since he took over.
I was before 5 years before him actually. I started in '92, so I'm in my 33 years I've done.
Yeah.
And then Sir Peter bought in '96, so nearly 30 years with Sir Peter. But there's nothing much better than a long lunch with Sir Peter at Pencarrow Studders there, and the brilliant chef Mark Southern, I'm sure would have been cooking yesterday for you, and. When you get Sir Peter in that nice, relaxed mood that I'm sure he was in yesterday and having some nice champagne and that nice food, not many better places to be.
He wouldn't answer this question I asked him yesterday, but you will know, hopefully, anyway. I asked him why New Zealand wanted to make sure, the breeders of New Zealand wanted to make sure Sir Peter Vella purchased New Zealand bloodstock 30-odd years ago and it didn't go to Australian interests. Why were they so determined to make sure that didn't happen?
Well, I think, we've been around since, the National Yearling Sale's been around, nearly 100 years, as we know. But Sir Patrick Hogan was, I think, the one that reached out to Sir Peter and said, look, there's a couple of overseas people looking at Wrightson Bloodstock, which was the old name, and I think and we think it'd be best left in New Zealand hands. And I think at the time, Sir Peter and his brother Philip were only intending to buy it for the short term. A couple of years. And but I think he loved it so much and has got so much enjoyment out of it. Here we are, 30 years later, and still going strong.
So you've obviously had a wonderful relationship to be with him for the 30-odd years as well. Yeah, well,
when he bought the company, it was the industry was really at a low point, and Wrightson Bloodstock, which was part of a public company at the time, the Wrightson Group, and they weren't that interested in the horse market, and they weren't really interested in Wrightson Bloodstock and Karaka, and they were wanting to get out, and when Sir Peter and his brother Philip bought it, they just reinvigorated the whole industry, and a lot of that was down to providing finance. So we became a bank to the industry, and that provided a lot of funding and what have you, not just for pinhooking, but for stallions and mares and what have you. And that was never available in New Zealand until that time, and that made a real difference. But just the whole invigoration that came with it, with a couple of passionate Kiwis that loved breeding horses and racing horses and what have you. And a few years later, they won the Melbourne Cup, and
the rest is history.
Yeah.
What makes you the most proud of the work that you've been able to do along with Sir Peter in your time there as you celebrate such a special milestone in January?
Yeah, look, we've diversified a lot in the last just in the last few years, but I reckon, just looking back at that ready-to-run sale last week, I think how we've grown that ready-to-run sale in the last even 5 years has been quite remarkable, and that's not just down to NZB, of course. I mean, we've been given brilliant horses from our preparers, and they do an outstanding job to our consigners and vendors. But the success that's come out of that sale, and just even seen last week those Chinese come down. They spent 300 grand last year. This year they've spent 3.7 million. Some of those huge Chinese buyers. That was unheard of a few years ago. The growth from Australia, 8 million to 10 million to 13 million in 3 years. Fantastic. Australians really embraced the sale now. So the ready-to-run sale going to where it's come from. But look, in 2018, I didn't even know what a standard bred was. Well, none of us did, and we now run the standard bred sales, and selling $15 million worth of horses. That was a really steep learning curve, and we're loving it. That was a really steep learning curve for the whole company. We've embraced it, loving our involvement in the standard bred industry as well. Gavel House, of course, which we were the first thoroughbred auction house in the world to start on live auctions online. So that's another thing I'm proud of, and so I think we've done pretty well for a small company.
That ready-to-run sale, it's my favourite sale. I don't know why. It's just, I think it's at a great time of the year. You're coming off a big Flemington Carnival, but You get to see some of those horses. You get the breeze up so you can watch them for a couple of weeks. You analyse how they've been able to perform. You can analyse the data that's been given to you, and then you got to go and make a decision. And there's a lot of tactics that go involved trying to work out what horse you want to buy and whether they'll pass a test or not for Hong Kong. And there's a lot of intrigue when it comes to that. And then what I've loved over the last few years is that how the vendors have changed their game plan regarding these horses now.
Yeah, exactly, and we've said it on the show before. The days are gone when you have your foal and just take it to the yearling sales. You know that some of these good horses have been kept for that 2-year-old sale. Phil Cataldo rang me this morning, and obviously he's been a great supporter of the sale and buys for a number of Australians. And he said, "Geez, that lineup of horses last week was just outstanding."
Yeah.
And to average at $155,000 with a clearance rate of 76%, unheard of a few years ago. And I mean, look, you and I have been talking about the gap now between the Book One yearling sale and the Ready to Run sale for the last, it's closing. It's really, really close. So, but anyway, it's our 100-year yearling sale next in January, Gareth, and I think, I would like to see a nice uplift in the average and pull away from the Ready to Run sale. So it just gives something to work for.
Well, so this yearling sale is going to be quite special in a way because you've got a farm like Cambridge Stud that will offer all of their yearlings at Karaka 2026. I know Waikato have got 70-odd horses as well that will be sold at that sale. So all of your big farms have put basically nearly all of their eggs in your basket come January.
Yeah, fantastic. And Sir Peter and I went to Sir Brendan and Lady Joe and asked for their full support this year. And given it was the 100 year, and they were just right on board from the start. So that's fantastic. So that's the first time in their tenure of when they took over Cambridge Stud to fully support us 100%. So that's fantastic. Waikato Stud are going to have their biggest draft in a number of years, so they're filling up a whole barn as well. So yeah, the stars are aligning. And even though it was a Ready to Run sale last week, there was a lot of talk around the grounds about people looking forward to the 100th National Yearling Sale in January. The bookings are coming in thick and fast, and it's going to be a nice few days, I hope.
What is it like going for lunch with Sir Peter, Sir Brendan, and a Lady Joe?
Yeah, it's
Lady Katrina at Little Avondale.
You can certainly learn a lot from those types of people.
So the catalogue, what would you make of this catalogue here in January?
Well, we did our press release the other day, and one of my quotes was that sales companies are always guilty of saying, "Oh, this is our best catalogue ever," and
Barry Bowditch just mentioned that. It's the greatest ever catalogue he's seen coming up at Magic Millions next year.
Yeah, well, we've cut 100 off this catalogue, so it's naturally going to be a better catalogue. So we've refined the catalogue this year. We wanted to try something different. We saw that Book 2 was in a bit of trouble last year. The average went down 10 or 15%, and what have you. Even though Book 1 held its own, Book 2 didn't. So we wanted to make sure every horse on the ground's got the same opportunity. So now every Book 1 and Book 2 horses are on the ground from day one. International buyers and local buyers can see all the horses from the very get-go. And so Book 1's trimmed up by 100. We're selling more horses in a day. We've found that the Australians in particular don't want to be away from home for too long. So we've shortened the wholesale up, and hopefully it'll work.
So that was the decision. So you've got Book 1 for 2 days, and then Book 2 is going to be a long old day, the third day.
Correct. And then a gap, and then the Cracker Summer Sale on the Thursday, which we're going to spend a lot of time and energy trying to promote as well.
So talk us through that summer sale.
Yeah, so there's going to be a gap day on the Wednesday. Obviously, we can't sell all the horses in a row because we haven't got enough boxes, even though Sir Peter built 3 boxes, 3 more extra barns after he bought rights and bloodstock. We've got 820 boxes. Yeah. So, 1,000 doesn't go into 820. So we have to have the gap day on the Wednesday, and then we'll have the Cracker Summer Sale. There's a couple of $100,000 in bonuses just for that Cracker Summer Sale. Okay. So the first horse home out of that sale in the 2-year-old race and the 3-year-old race, they could finish 14th and get it, and get 200,000. So, and that's split between the vendor and the purchaser. And then we're going to really try and get the locals in behind the sale, get the South Islanders up, and try and make it a really nice local affair. But don't worry, there'll be plenty of Australians and Asians staying on as well.
Yeah, so talking about cracker next year, the race day. And then the Kiwi, which when I talk to the people of Entain there, of course, which are the local providers here, the wagering provider Entain, since they've got exclusive rights now to the New Zealand product, they said that was the biggest day in history.
Yes.
Yeah, Kiwi Day, along with the Derby there, and it's Champions Day basically.
Yeah. Well, up until that point, it was Cracker Millions was the biggest day.
Correct.
Per average 6 races. That's turnover. I could be wrong here. 12 million. It was ridiculous anyway.
Yeah, that was when J-Mac turned up. Or was it that?
I think this year just gone, and maybe the J-Mac year was even bigger. But up until the NZB Kiwi Day, that was certainly the biggest. But I was talking to a big stable just last week, New Zealand stable, who's not going to go to the Australian sales this year for their first time for some time, because now buying out of New Zealand, you've got not only the Cracker Millions, but you've got the NZB Kiwi now, 3.5 million. Well, it's going to be 4.5 million this year, and horses obviously bought in Australia aren't eligible for that race. So that's another incentive too for our sales. But it's such a big day now, the NZB Kiwi Day, and who would be favourite at this point? Have they got a mark at it? I'm not sure. But probably Well Written would be the favourite, the filly that Stephen Marsh.
They reckon she's home. They reckon she's something unbelievable, really.
Best filly I've seen in New Zealand for a long, long time.
And she was only 80,000.
She was 80,000. Bought online. NZB's online sale. Okay. So we're having that in mid-April. So Dylan Johnson found her for Stephen Marsh and. Then
Yulong
purchased half of her, didn't they? Yeah. So she races in Mr. Young's colours now, and she'll be favourite for that race. But still plenty of water to go under the bridge. But it's an exciting race.
I think the best part about that is that Mr. Zhang has said that horse will stay in New Zealand as well. Obviously, it'll come to Australia eventually to compete in those Group 1s that she'll be really competitive in, but she'll be aimed up at a Kiwi.
Yeah, fantastic. Yep. Yeah, for sure.
Just having a look at the futures markets there, she is the solid favourite. And we saw Guineas Day there, 2,000 Guineas Day on Saturday at Christchurch, the 1,000 Guineas before that. So your 3-year-olds look to be pretty handy. I haven't seen any 2-year-olds that have really stood out just yet.
I have.
Which one?
In Australia, the Sort of State filly.
Okay.
A Hayes' filly.
Oh, yes.
So, no, she's 2. She's 2, but...
No, she'll be here for Cracker.
She'll be hopefully here for the Cracker Millions.
Okay.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, so I know their stable has shown some interest in bringing her over for the end of January for the $1 million 2-year-old race.
So Well Written's $2.50, Affirmative Action at $8, La Dorada at $8 for that Kiwi.
Yep.
And for the Karaka Millions... Out of the blue, $9. Doramus, $9. Sort of Stars.
Yeah, Sort of
at
Stars.
$11. St. Monica, $11.
Yep.
Capital Express at $11. Mount Joy at $11. So
we'll
find one surely here that'll jump out and put their hand up.
Oh, no, absolutely.
Yeah.
Yep.
And what about all of the other farms outside of the bigger farms supporting your sale as well in January? And I think the best part, when I've had a look at the catalogue, a lot of the representatives are from your Kiwi stallions as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm just thinking of top of the studs, like Trelawney, who normally take one or two away. They're 100% this year.
Yeah.
Likes of Curramore and Hallmark are always 100%. Tony Ryder from Milan Park, I understand he's got a good draft.
Yeah.
I'm going to get into trouble here by not mentioning names, so I better stop there.
No, but we know what you mean. You've been well supported.
The support's great. Yeah.
And so with the closing down of Singapore, have you found that has Malaysia stood up and taken that particular spend that Singapore used to have, or has it always been a challenge there to try and rejuvenate that Asian market with losing the industry there in Singapore? Because there was a lot of course, Kiwi trainers based out of New Zealand. Singapore.
Yeah, at their peak, Singapore was spending sort of $10 million a year here.
Yeah.
And Malaysia and China are close to bridging that gap now. We've done a lot of work in Malaysia and China over the last couple of years, and that's been a slow burn. Well, like Malaysia have always bought, but never to the extent they are now. That they have been. So they've sort of spent $2.5 million last week. They're ready to run, but more ready to run buyers. And China, I feel, will be more ready to run buyers as well. Although we'll be trying hard to get them down for the year-end sales. But you just mentioned back there a minute ago about the New Zealand stallions. I reckon they're going as well as they have for a while.
Yeah.
And it's great when they come out bang bang, couple of first season size and doing well. And we've only got one first season sire, of course, Profondo for next year. You would have seen him during the week with Roddy, but in Windsor Park. But just really pleased. You would have seen the strength last week at the sales was, I think, 3 of the top 4 were by New Zealand sires, weren't they?
Yeah. And there's so many different bloodlines as well that you've been able to attract here. You've got, obviously, you've got some Cornwall type of blood there with Paddington, and then you've got the Japanese factor with a few of your stallions. So there's plenty of different options.
Yeah, you need that mix, You can't just have all the Danehill sire line horses, and it's lovely to have being free of Danehill and what have you. But,
depth-wise, I don't think you've had a better group of stallions. You probably had better headline stallions, and Savabill's probably still your king, but your depth-wise, the quality that you can go to from the different farms, I think, has never been stronger.
Yeah, I know. Look at how well Super Sef's going, but look at Windsor when you go to Paddington and Augusta Rodan. I mean, that just having those 2 horses just unheard of a few years ago.
Augusta Rodan, he's a beauty, isn't he? Who was telling me, Blogsy, I reckon, he went there and he's been around the world. He goes, you know what? I can't put on his accent. It's the second best looking horse I've seen. See the Stars was his number 1. Augustus Rodan was 2, and Frankel was 3.
Oh wow!
So that's pretty handy company.
Yeah.
And what's it look like now ahead of the sales? There's obviously plenty happening. There's a lot of Australians coming to New Zealand for. I don't know if they really inspect yearlings, do they, Andrew? They do, but
some of the tours do. Some of the tours do, like the John O'Shea tour does, and then maybe another tour doesn't. I won't mention the Melbourne trainer that trains out of Pakenham, but no, they do. They're pretty good. They love this. We've got a number of tours. Actually, I was hoping to have in my car today the very first catalogue hot off the press.
Yeah.
But they'll be coming out later today. But basically now until the sales, we'll be going out and about. I'm off to Australia next week, where people go to Hong Kong, Asia, obviously, and getting out and about, promoting the sale and taking the catalogues wide and far.
I think Henry Dewey is having a tour in January. So any trainers out there, if they want to have a tour, they just get in contact with you, I guess.
Yeah.
What's the best time of year to have it?
Well, any time from now, really now until really Christmas, because then they get busy with the Queensland sales. But ring either NZB or Andrew Birch at NZTM. It's we love hosting the tours.
Yeah, another junket for any of those trainers out there. We've got to go out. I got to go to New Zealand and inspect yearlings, and then get looked after by all of the beautiful farms here and eat beautiful food and drink beautiful wine. But I'll find you a champion.
Exactly.
Appreciate you having us, Andrew. Good luck with it all.
Thanks, Gareth.
It's such a massive achievement, and you've been here for such a long time, part of the history, so you must be really looking forward to it, mate.
Yeah, really am. Thanks, Gareth.
Thanks for that. Andrew Seabrook, the CEO of NZB, joining us here live at Cambridge Stud. We'll take a break. We'll come back with plenty more. In fact, we'll cross live to Cam Luke at Cranbourne, head of the barrier draws for the Cranbourne Cup and the Meteorite.
Melbourne Racing Club's Black Friday sale on now. Take 50% off young and full memberships.
This is Giddy Up with Gareth Hall.
Welcome back. This is a special Giddy Up. We're live from Cambridge Stud as we continue the road to Karaka. We just had Henry Plumtree on, the CEO of Cambridge and the CEO of NZB in Andrew Seabrook. But we're about to go to Cranbourne to catch up with Cameron Luke. His first guest will be the chair of Southside Racing in Sean Clarkson. They've got the Cranbourne Cup and the Meteorite Barrier draws today. Those draws will be conducted just after 10 o'clock. Final acceptances for the Cranbourne Cup are about to close at 9:30. Then they'll get together and they'll put together the field, and then we'll have the barrier draw just after 10 o'clock. But most of the major players will be there today. We had the barrier draw yesterday or last night our time, and 4:30 Western Australian time there for the Railway Stakes. It's fair to say it's not a vintage Railway Stakes this year, but Watch Me Rock Barrier 4 is still the equal favourite with Western Empire at 4.20. In fact, the market hasn't changed too much. Super Spink, $7, is drawn okay. She'll need a touch of luck. She's drawn 12. Ozapenko, $8. Cosmic Crusader hasn't got a start. He's at $9. Depth of Character at 10. He's in trouble, I reckon. He's drawn the car park. Storyville, 15. Diamond Scene, 17. Iona Merc, 17. Comfort Me might be the early leader here at 26. In Good Order at 26. Hemlock Stone, the first emergency at 34. Magnificent Andy, he's been a wonderful warrior for SJ Miller at 34. And then Bustler at $51. The field for the Gong will also be announced today a little later on. So it's right on 9:30. We'll take a quick break. We'll come back with Cameron Luke live from Cranbourne ahead of the barrier draw for the Cranbourne Cup and the Meteorite, of course, coming up on Saturday.
Good morning. Making SEN News headlines. Technicians have fixed an IT outage that hit all major airlines, with passengers across the country facing delays up until late last night. A fine of more than $820,000 for Optus after scammers exploited a security flaw in the telco's verification system. Roblox is rolling out tech to make sure it complies with kids' social media laws that begin next month. The US House of Representatives vote in favour to release the Epstein files. And Aussie country music star Keith Urban has performed at Mar-a-Lago, angering the anti-Trump crowd. Up next, SEN Sport. All-rounder Cameron Green says he's feeling fresh ahead of the Perth Ashes test beginning on Friday. Catch it on SEN. It's after scoring 94 and bowling 16 overs for WA in the Shield win over Queensland.
We know Ashes has everything, and you've got to exert so much energy. So, yeah, you still want to be up and about by the fourth, fifth test. So, yeah, that's a great positive leading to the tour.
Melbourne Racing Club's Black Friday sale on now. Take 50% off young and full memberships.
This is Giddy Up with Gareth Hall.
Welcome back to Giddy Up. It's a busy show today. What a weekend of racing. Cranbourne will take centre stage in Victoria. It's the Gong meeting at Kembla Grange. That race is worth $1 million. And the Railway Stakes meeting, which is the first of the Group 1s in Western Australia, will be the highlight there. It's worth $1.5 million at Group 1 level. Darren McCauley will join me each and every Wednesday for half an hour. No ad breaks, 30 minutes of straight content there, debating and talking about everything that's happening in WA racing with the great Cobb and Darren McCauley. But we're heading to Cranbourne now, and I tell you what, it is a privilege and honour. It's been very difficult for me to get this man over the line to join me here on Giddy Up on a weekday morning, but it is great to have Cameron Luke, who's joining us live from Cranbourne. Hello to you, Cam. Welcome to Giddy Up.
Hello, G. The reason that I haven't been able to come on your show more is that I don't see you. You're always out of the state. You're international, and I'm a face-to-face type of deal guy. So the fact is that we haven't been face-to-face for many a month makes it hard to do this type of deal. But always fun, mate. Always a pleasure. How is New Zealand?
Mate, it is great. Like the people of New Zealand, we're lucky, and as you well know, you've been in the racing game all of your life as well, but the racing people here in New Zealand are just brilliant. And it's great to see so many people here travelling to the different farms and catching up with everybody, listening to their stories, and hopefully you've enjoyed the interviews that we've been able to do over the last couple of days as well. And it's an important sale for NZB next January as they celebrate 100 years. So it's been a lot of fun, and one of the highlights I've ever had was to catch up with Sir Peter Valley yesterday and talk to the great man about his life and his journey in the racing game, and he's had so much success and helped so many people out in the sport of racing, especially here in New Zealand. So it's been a lot of fun, but what a weekend it is this weekend, mate. Cranbourne, we've got the Gong meeting and the Railway Stakes, but this Cranbourne meeting, well done to Southside Racing, because since they've joined forces, of course, with Pakenham and Cranbourne coming together, it is a great finale, I reckon, to the Victorian racing season. You throw in the Ballarat Cup. I reckon it's a perfect way to end a busy year.
Clearly the conversation when Southside Racing became a thing was that these type of situations were going to become a little more prevalent, and you are right. The fact of where it sits in the racing calendar, smack bang on the back of course, Flemington into the CF4 last week, and I think that's proven perfectly by the fields. And if we go back 12 months ago, and it's going to get bigger and better each and every year, but we go back last year, Clove goes out and wins the Cranbourne Cup. And then, of course, Nadal goes bang in the Meteorite, and then all of a sudden those horses have outstanding 12 months there. I think that's the big thing when you look at it too, Gareth. When you look at the fields and what those horses, or what any horse is able to do on the back of being a part of big races in the next 12 months, I think it just lays credit to the standard of which being set. And I think exactly what happened last year, what we're going to see this year, we've got the barrier draw in around 20 minutes' time. I'm actually 15 sandwiches and 14 scones down too, Gareth, so they've put on a really good spread here. But the fact is we've got the barrier draw shortly, and it's only get bigger and better each and every year. And the only thing missing, honestly, Gareth, is probably you. When do you come back through customs?
I'll be back tonight, and then we'll be doing Giddy Up. It'll be a busy show tomorrow morning, of course, live on racing.com as well. You'll have several special guests there this morning, won't you? Be catching up with a few of the major players.
We do, and I've got it straight off the top. The chairman of Southside Racing, Sean Clarkson, joins us on Giddy Up right around Australia. Sean, how you doing, buddy?
Yeah, going well, Cam. How are you?
Are your headphones good or bad? You can talk to me. I'm in total control like a DJ. Too high, too low?
Needs to turn it up a bit.
Need it up? How's that? How's that?
That's
perfect. Perfect. Gareth Hall's in New Zealand. He'll fire a few questions shortly at you. But I was just saying, obviously the racing is one thing, and ever since it becomes Southside Racing, it has turned into these great, wonderful events and innovations. But the fact is, when you have those fields last year and you have those two winners go on to do great things in the next 12 months, it just tells you how great the idea is and the racing was.
Yeah, you're right there, Cam. We're ecstatic about how the Meteorite and the Cup turned out last year. And it's going to be bigger and better this year. And the format of the race meeting last year has been nothing but sensational. You look through the Meteorite and the Cup. And even if you go back a few years ago, we've got the Shooting Star race as well. And Jimmy Starr won that. And, that's what the race is all about. And that's what sort of the Cranbourne meeting is. It's about up-and-coming horses and giving opportunities to the big and the small stables.
When you sit down, when you sat down, you went through the Meteorite, of course the Cranbourne Cup and the changing of the schedule a little bit, but when you sit down, you come up with a Meteorite idea. Did you expect it to have this success it had so early? Like brilliant last year, new level this year. You always want to dream that it's going to be big quickly, but it doesn't always work out that way, in particular in sport and horse racing. Have you been surprised by the early success of it?
I don't think we've been surprised. really was to put on a big race. And we were just happy to get the $1 million race.
Yes.
We are really, really happy with the support that we've got from the slot holders, obviously, from the trainers and the big owners. And really, it's their race. And the concept is to give everybody an opportunity. And if you look at the field, it's pretty eclectic. You know, there's some proven stars, and then there's the up-and-coming horses. And if you watch the race last year, the way Nadal won,
went bang.
Well, I don't think a horse has gone down the Cranbourne Straight that fast. It was unbelievable. You really had to be there to experience it.
Now, Nadal obviously gets the most conversation because he won the race, but the horses that he left in his wake have gone on to run really well at the highest level too. So it's not just about the winner, it's the depth of the race, which in turn makes the race so good. So you talk about those horses and the opportunities, sometimes more so age-wise than anything. There's a horse that might be level 1.5 or a tier 1.5 who just misses out on a big race or two during the Flemington Carnival in particular, who bob up here and launch their career. You mentioned Jimmy Starr, you mentioned Nadal, but there's been a couple of others on the back of Nadal last year that have been able to do that.
Well, that's right. I mean, we've got the local star, Ray Magnerio,
Yes.
Who's a bit of a colt horse out at Cranbourne. I mean, he was on the way up, and he's run some really good races, won Group 2 races, and he's shooting for Group 1 glory over in Perth.
Yes.
We'd love to have him in our race, but yeah, I mean, it is. And Barracuda, he was a star on the rise.
He was.
And he's just proved how good he was this year. And you know, horses that ran behind, you know, like Moby Dick, he's gone on to win open class races as well. So it's just the depth of the race, and it really is an opportunity, and it gives the slot holders and owners a real opportunity to win some good prize money.
Gareth, we're only 1 year into it, but it's a good
Yes.
horses race, isn't it?
It is a good horses race. Now, Sean, I'm going to ask you a question about the Cranbourne Cup, but do you mind having another cup of coffee and getting Cam another sandwich? I've just got to take a quick break, and then on the other side of it, I'm going to ask you a couple of questions about the Cranbourne Cup. Don't go anywhere.
I don't know if I can fit any more sandwiches in.
Yes,
Sean
yes.
won't go too far, but we are right next to the platter table, which I particularly do like when they've set me up. So, Gareth, you do your thing. We'll be back with you in a couple of minutes' time.
I'll take a break and we'll come back and we'll continue on our chat with Sean Clarkson, the chair of Southside, along with Cameron Luke.
Melbourne Racing Club's Black Friday sale on now. Take 50% off young and full memberships.
This is Giddy Up with Gareth Hall.
Welcome back to Giddy Up on this Wednesday morning. Our special guest is Sean Clarkson, who's the chair, of course, of Southside Racing. Cam Luke is with him now. I'm live at Cambridge Stud here this morning. It's been a busy show already. But, Sean, I have a look at the Cranbourne Cup, and now Cranbourne is basically it's the biggest trading complex in Australia. All of our biggest stables prepare their thoroughbreds from there. They speak so highly of the trading centre. And I reckon your Cranbourne Cup deserves to be $1 million. Do you think we're far off that?
Well, I totally agree, obviously. One of the reasons or one of the conversations that we've been having with RV is that we'd like a bit more prize money for the whole race meeting. And our goal was always to run a $1 million race, and that was the Cup for a while until we came up with the concept of the Meteorite and the Supernova. But I think you're right. We need those two pins at the end of the Spring Carnival, and the Cup itself looks to be a vintage Cranbourne Cup too this year. A little bit more prize money wouldn't hurt. Seems we're competing against some of the other races in New South Wales and Perth as well.
Just on the Cranbourne Cup, sorry Gareth, there was obviously a couple of horses that we were all desperate to see in the field. Now the final field is through in the last couple of minutes. Sabar's going to be there, Sean?
I believe so, which is good. I was out on Tuesday morning, and Sabaj worked beautifully.
Perfectly.
So we're looking for a new Price Kent horse to run in our Cup.
Tick of approval, Gareth, for a young star.
Yes, he's going to be very hard to beat, and obviously he might go on towards the Rich English race in Sydney after that. Is the field out yet? Have you got that, or are we still awaiting it for?
No,
for it
we're
to
still
be
waiting
finalised?
just a minute or two, just being finalised in the background now. The barrier draw starts in around 15 minutes time, but Sabar's going to be there, which was a topic of conversation. Hey, Sean, you wanted to make mention of the fact, and I think this is a really good point. Where you sit geographically, there are a lot of people who might watch the races from afar, or at least the Flemington Spring Carnival and a couple of the other major meetings, who haven't actually been on track. That's what you provide to these people who want to get involved in the racing world, but not necessarily want to go into the city. This is what this weekend and the next couple of weeks is about.
Yeah, that's right. We know from our figures that most people that will come to the Cranbourne Cup and the Pakenham Cup for that matter will be locals. We see that in our ticket sales, and we want to, I suppose, end the Spring Carnival with a bang.
Yep.
We've got our chaos theme where we're promoting, a spontaneous, energetic atmosphere, and it will be unlike any other spring metropolitan Melbourne meeting. Now that we're part of the greater Melbourne area, that people will experience, and that's what we want to put on. We want to put on a show for everybody. It's about entertaining people both on and off the track, and we'll have lots of activations. If you want to have a dinner, you can have a dinner. If you want to be out in the public, if you want to have a beer with Blogsy, then you can do that as well. So we're really looking to put on an entertaining day and send the Spring Carnival off with a bang.
And if anyone wants any advice on having a beer with Blogsy, Gareth's had like 200,000 with him in the last couple of weeks, so you can just ask G. Hall. Chaos theme.
You can chime in with Blogsy. I don't know if he's running out of petrol tickets, so he's close to empty, I reckon, but you might just have to give him an extra lift, Sean, when he arrives there at Cranbourne. But I can report he's staying at Cambridge Stud, and we haven't sighted him just yet. He said he was having a sleep in, and it is close to, 11 o'clock, and there's no sign of Blogsy, so he'll be rested up anyway. Hey, Sean, well done. We'll continue on and the build up here. Yes, sorry, Cam.
Just quickly, Gareth, that's what I mentioned. It's a great community initiative, a part of the meeting on Saturday. I know we have a great deal of time, Gareth, but just want to run us through that quickly, Sean.
Yep, sure. So each community group, each horse in the Meteorite is attached to a community group, and that's part of what we do out at Southside as well. We bring the community in, and so there'll be an opportunity for our community groups to be part of the day and hopefully win a little bit of prize money for their community group.
Little mini barrier draw after the main barrier draw too, Gareth, to assign those horses. Over to you, G. Hall. Thank you, Sean, for joining us.
No worries. Thank you.
I love that. Sean Clarkson and his board are doing a great job there at Southside, and so is Neil Bainbridge, one of the very best CEOs in racing, Neil Bainbridge, and he's done a mighty job, especially the challenges he had when he had to team up there with Pakenham and Cranbourne, and now it's definitely not only a powerhouse in Victorian racing, but Australian racing. It's 9:51. We'll take a break. Thanks to Cam Luke there as well at Cranbourne. We'll catch up with him as the morning unfolds and we get closer to that barrier draw for the Cranbourne Cup and the meteorite. But we'll take a break and Tassie time will be next.
Melbourne Racing Club's Black Friday sale on now. Take 50% off young and full memberships.
This is Giddy Up with Gareth Hall.
Welcome back to Giddy Up. It's quickly approaching 10 o'clock. We'll have those barrier draws in the next half an hour there for the Cranbourne Cup and the media are right, and then Cam Luke will be catching up with a few of the major players there as well. Darren McCauley will join me after 10 o'clock. He'll join us for half an hour and we'll talk about all of the big issues and the hot topics in WA racing. Plus we'll discuss, of course, today's meeting there in the West. So looking forward to catching up with Darren McCauley. And then we'll go back to Cam Luke after that. We've got a big bag of tips coming your way. Canterbury, we've got racing at the Heat Track at Caulfield. Chris Nelson will preview Doomben, of course. Terry Layton takes a look at Belmont. We'll find you some winners in the dogs and the trots. The weekly chase will conclude the program today, along with Tassie Time in that final hour. A few text messages coming through. Gareth, is Kingman going to the Hunter Cup? You can get $7.50 with some notifications or some agencies. Yes, he is definitely going to the Hunter Cup. He's a $2.50 equal favourite with Leap to Fame at the moment with Bet365, and that's probably right. They're going to be the ones to beat. There's no doubt about that. I don't know if Swayze will come to a Hunter Cup. He's going to the Blacks of Fake. He might come to a Hunter Cup. But, yeah, Kingman and Leap to Fame definitely deserve to be at the top of the market. A few other text messages coming through. Touch on the Kilmore Cup on Sunday, G. My local cup, any potential fields. We'll get them as the morning unfolds as well. Always a great day there at Kilmore on the Sunday. Let's hope the weather is nice for them. So the team there do a great job at Kilmore. So, yeah, we wish the club the very best of luck there on the Sunday. So it's quickly approaching 10 o'clock. No news now at 10 o'clock, so we'll go straight into our chat with Darren McCauley. He'll be joining us each and every Wednesday morning for half an hour. So always great to catch up with Darren McCauley. And then after that, we'll head back to Cam Luke, who's live at Cranbourne for the barrier draws there of the Cranbourne Cup and the new slot race in its second year now, the Meteorite. So looking forward to catching up with Cam there. Of course, Giddy Up always brought to you by Bet365. It's never ordinary when it's brought to you by Bet365. Imagine what you could be buying instead. For free and confidential support, visit gamblinghelponline.org.au.
Tune in to Racing WA TV on 7+, your ultimate destination for everything racing in the West. On SEN Track, this is the best from the West.
Let's catch up now with Darren McCauley. This is the best from the West. We'll be conducting the best for the West every Wednesday morning with the great man, a man who's been the voice of WA racing for I don't know how many decades now, probably 8 decades. I've lost count. The great Darren McCauley. Hello to you, Darren.
Is it afternoon there?
Yes, it is afternoon. We are live from New Zealand as well, so well done, Cole.
And good morning everywhere else where you might be listening. Nice to join you from down there in New Zealand, mate.
It's been a little while, mate, since we've worked together.
Yes, but I think, and this is to be absolutely honest, I think I enjoyed those 3 years doing breakfast radio here with you on the old Tab radio. Was, I think, nearly some of the most enjoyable years that I've ever spent working in radio, and that's been well over 40-odd years. So we had a lot of fun. It was great. Brought a different sort of style and look to Tab radio at the time, and it was really enjoyable. So I feel a bit at the moment, like I've been put into a draft and I've been picked up by another team. It's different. This is the first time that I've been into the SEN studios.
Yeah, it is a little bit different, and we'll talk about this situation. Obviously, the Sports Entertainment Network has purchased Tab Radio, and it's now called SEN Turf. And we're not on SEN Turf at the moment, and we'll be on for the best of Giddy Up, which will be on at just after 9 o'clock. And Tim Gossage and Scotty Cummings do a wonderful job with the breakfast show. So it is a little bit different. Nothing lasts forever, and Tab Radio did a mighty job. It was, I don't know, I was there for 3 years, and we hosted the Sports Daily together. And there's so much history there at Tab Radio. But, yeah, it's a new chapter now with SEN Turf, and I'm looking forward to it. As I said there on Monday, Darren, there's a lot of great people. WA racing people, they're beauties, aren't they? And I met a lot of friends that will be lifetime friends when I was in the West. And
Yeah,
there's
sure.
something special with the racing people over there. And Ascot during the carnival, there's nothing better. I love Gloucester Park. It's my favourite harness racing track, really, Gloucester Park. There's under the...
Isn't it
I
a
call it
beautiful...
it's the
just a
Colosseum,
beautiful
isn't
race
there?
course, the history there.
Yeah, unbelievable. And then the greyhounds, like Peter O'Neill lied to all of us before I came to WA, saying that there's gum trees at Cannington. Where I never really saw any gum trees at Cannington, but it's also got a great history. So yeah, I can't wait to be part of the new SEN Turf, and nothing lasts forever, as you say to me, Darren. And so yeah, this is a new chapter, and we'll try our very, very best here.
Well, it'll be different.
Yeah,
a different way of looking at things instead of, everyone's tipping. There's so many tips on different forms of media these days, and everyone's got an opinion and you can analyse races to the nth degree. I don't do that. Spend too much time sort of digging too deeply. I know that, with the analysts these days, they've got access to all of the great information. They can break it down sectionally. But I just wonder sometimes, how many winners do certain people tip?
Yeah.
I always think if you can come away tipping about 3 on a 9-race program or thereabouts, you've done a fair job. You get a 33%. And that's enough. You're only here to feed them, not to
100%, Cobb. And it's got a great history of the Railway Stakes. And we're going to talk about a few of the hot topics. And it's pretty easy to find hot topics at the moment as we get set for the first of the Group 1s. I know the Pinnacle started last week, but this is the first of the Group 1s with the Railway Stakes. But the question I pose to you, is the Railway still the most famous race and the race that everybody wants to win in WA? Has it lost its lustre a little bit?
I think you could have said the same about the Perth Cup, in all honesty.
Yeah.
And the Perth Cup has changed and reduction from 32 to 2,400 metres. So the Perth Cup isn't quite the Perth Cup that our forefathers would have grown up with, because it was the first day of the new year, heralded the start of new chapter, new beginnings, Perth Cup, massive crowds, and then it stopped. The Railway Stakes then took over. It developed the Great Ascot Mile type of approach, and the best right through the 70s, and the part of the 80s and that. And I was just going back even to 2000, where you had Northerly. That was the starting point where he was going to launch his great national career. The following year, Old Comrade, not far behind Northerly in ability, I don't believe, except for injury, which killed him. Sniper's Bullet, Warhorse, Nash Rawiller coming over here. He was a massive attraction. Then we had, the Lucky Grey years that were interesting enough for a lot of reasons, as you know. Then it started to dig back a bit deeper. Better Loosen Up launched his international career in the Railway. Marwong with Jeff Murphy's stable, great horse. Asian Bow, Hall of Famer, he won it in the late 70s. So, the Railway had so much appeal, so much magnetism about it there. It was the mile. It was a handicap. Handicaps have become unpopular.
Yeah.
You look at the races now that they spend all their money promoting and marketing.
Yeah.
Winterbottom Stake and Locker for a start. Locker, pop-up race. $5 million. Then the Gold Rush, Wait for Age, another $1.5 million Group 3 in Perth. Now, you would have been laughing all the way down to the tip years ago if you said, we're going to run a Group 3 for $1.5 million in Perth. It's becoming a very good race.
Yeah.
Very, very good. And then I think my favourite, which is now known as the Northerly, but it was the Kingston Town, Wait for Age. All Wait for Age races are all the races that are attracting all the appeal. And sadly, races like our time-honoured, very traditional Railway Stakes maybe aren't just in the same spotlight. as these other events. So
Yeah.
I think the answer may be to your question, has the railway been derailed as our premier race in WA? Maybe, yes.
Yeah. And like the Railway Stakes, it's like the Stradbroke Handicap in Queensland. It's the best race that people, when you talk to Queenslanders, the Stradbroke is the race that they want to win. And when I was in WA, and you well know, Macca, of being living there for so many years, it's the Railways, the Melbourne Cup for WA participants in a way. It was the race that everybody wanted to win. You wanted to find a horse that you could probably sneak into the race at the bottom of the weights there and win a Railway Stakes. But now you've got like the Winterbottom, the Gold Rush has added a lot to the Pinnacles, I reckon. It's a $1.5 million race at the end of the carnival, which is an intriguing race because you've got horses that'll drop back from even a northerly of 1,800 metres back to the Gold Rush of 1,400 metres. And the other aspect that's a challenging part, I think, for the railway is that this weekend in Victoria, you've got a Cranbourne Cup, which is over a mile, worth $500,000. And then like a horse like Sabarge and a rising star in the ranks here in Victoria will go on to an English, which is the English race, which is worth a couple of million in December. And then you've got the Gong, which would have probably taken away a horse like Gringotts. Maximum top weight there is 60 kilos. So he stays in Sydney instead of coming to Perth. So it's, I don't know what you do there if you're Perth Racing and Rawa to try and compete with the Eastern State races that are competing with the railway. But what is working at the moment, I reckon the Gold Rush does with over the 1,400 metres. And I think that the Winterbottom, when you can attract a horse like Overpass, unfortunately we didn't get Giga Kick, but and you got Joker's Grin. For me, I think the Winterbottom is going to be the best race in the Pinnacles this year. I don't know what you think.
Well, it's a race that's really started to come of age, and I think we can track that back to about 2008.
Yeah.
Bearing in mind that Winterbottom was only a Group 2 race. It was a lead-up building towards the Railway Stakes back in the day, if you had a horse good enough to go from 12 out to a mile. These days, since the Apache Cat takeover target, Marasco, Winterbottom, it has gone to another level. You know, there were the likes of Hortensia, etc., come along, and international class horses. So the Winterbottom's profile was lifted enormously. Mind you, it was one year, as racing can always throw up a vagary, by an old horse, 9-year-old called Haddaby Corker, who, you know, God rest him, he was a fair old horse, but didn't do nothing for the appeal of the Winterbottom. But it really did take two superstars to launch the race. So it's relatively young as a race, the Winterbottom as we know it today.
Yeah.
But these other pop-up races, you know, they're starting to steal a lot of the limelight. They're pulling the big crowds. You know, you had that beautiful fairy tale of the Gold Rush and Ollie a couple of years ago. Then they changed that from a scale stakes. They've renamed another race the Scale Cup. But the scale, you know, it was a weight for age race, sort of carry a lot of appeal. I didn't think it was a sort of a post-carnival-y type race in many ways. And then, they badged it virtually, and then they more prize money into it, making $1.5 million. And then you had the fairy tale of Ollie, which gave it incredible impetus to put a price on what he did for the race.
Do you think that it's right starting off with the railway into Winterbottom to the northerly? So you go 1,600, 1,200, 1,800, which gives those horses, usually it's the usually you get the railway, and those horses go to a northerly. You got the guineas on that day as well, which some go to a northerly. Then the Winterbottom to the Gold Rush over 1,400 metres. What makes the Gold Rush really interesting is that you've got horses that are going to be competing mile 1,800 back to 1,400, taking on Winterbottom horses. And for me, I reckon that works. I reckon it works, Darren, and I reckon it's a fascinating concept where you've got those horses from the different form lines coming together for the finale of the Pinnacles.
Yeah, it's an interesting one. So I was listening to Dan Morton. I was just having a
Yeah.
quick look here and looking at, say, Super Smith as an example to what you've been talking about. The Super Smith, who will go there as one of the big chances in the railway on the weekend, won the Asian Bow 1400. She missed a Winterbottom, obviously. Then went to the railway, ran third, flashing third. Then she went to Wait for Age of the Northerly, 1800. And she came back and she ran third in the Gold Rush behind Western Empire. So that's the pathway they're going to be going again. You can't run in the wall, keep the Winterbottom just purely for our sharpest, fastest 1200-metre sprinters.
Yeah.
And build it that way, I think. The
It's
other
not a-
races,
Yeah.
I think they're interesting. It's a snakes and ladders type of a summer carnival these days.
Yeah.
You know.
It's not a vintage railway stakes, but Western Empire is the equal favourite with Watch Me Rock at $4.20. History tells you it's very difficult to win a railway at the top of the weights, Macca. How do you read this year's race?
Yeah, I'll agree with you. I think it's thinning out over the years. It's getting a longer tail to it. You've got a top weight here who did win the race, but it was 4 years ago. And the interesting statistic about the railway stakes these days, the point that you raised, is 58 too much to win a railway.
Yeah.
History is telling us absolutely emphatically, yes, yes, yes. Only 5 horses in the past quarter of a century have won the railway stakes with 55 kilograms or more. And I'm written down here. So El Presidente was one of those, 55 and a half. Sniper's Bullet, 56 and a half. Lucky Grace, second railway, 58. And that was about it.
Yep.
So not many, brother.
And William Piker rides, of course, Watch Me Rock there for Grant and Alana Williams. Have got a wonderful record during the Pinnacles. They're wonderful grand final trainers. So it might not be a vintage railway, but I still enjoy the build-up and I enjoy what it means to so many of the participants in the West. And there's not too much Eastern State representation this time around, but it's always going to be a race that will pack out Ascot. It's always the biggest day there on the first day of the Pinnacles. So yeah, bring it on
The
Saturday.
story will be around Willie, no doubt.
Yeah.
He goes with Watch Me Rock. Big decision because he had and has had an association, of course, with Western Empire. So Billy Egan's back. Billy won the Gold Rush in Western Empire last year, so they'll be getting reacquainted with each other again. But you look at the record of Billy here. I know he wins most races multiple times. But when you're winning this Group 1 Railway Stakes, just how successful he has been. Going back, Elite Bell, Galaxy Star, Regal Power, Inspirational Girl, Western Empire. So I think he's going for about his sixth, if my maths is any good.
Yeah.
What a phenomenal record and achievement. And the same could be said about Grant Delana as well. They've got an absolute bag full of them.
I don't think I'm talking to Grant on Monday. I reckon, and this is Grant's words, that Willie did take one for the team with Watch Me Rock. I reckon if you said to William that you'll win $2 million if you ride the winner of the Railway Stakes and you get to pick the horse that you want to ride, I reckon he would have picked Western Empire. But as Grant pointed out, at the weights that they can get William Pike to ride that horse and they can get a better jockey to ride a horse at the top of the weights. And Billy Egan's had that experience on Western Empire. He won a Gold Rush last year. So, yeah, I think that's the reason why Williams riding Watch Me Rock instead of Western Empire. And I reckon Pikey would have preferred to ride Western Empire. But it is what it is. And I reckon he's got the better gate barrier for. Is he the horse? Like, who's the horse to beat in your eyes, Macca, with the Bet365 market for the Railway Stakes? Watch Me Rock at equal favourite at $4.20. Super Smeek $7. Ozapinko $8. Cosmic Crusader won't get a start. He's at $9. And then you go down to Depth of Character at $10. Storyville at $15.
Well, if we take what we've just discussed in regards to the higher weighted horses winning the railway. So the last horse that won with 56.5 Sniper's Bullet, you've got to go back to 2009. There've been some good ones that have had a crack at doing it subsequently since and failed. So do you then just take out Western Empire, Magnificent Dandy, Iona Merck, and then you start with Super Swing. Start with the Lastia winner and the stablemate in good order. Just come on. And he really didn't surprise his trainer. Might have surprised a few with his run. He was a very, very good 3-year-old.
Yeah.
And they've got him right back in this place. And he's come up with barrier number 2.
Yeah.
So could he be a chance? He's got that 55 weight allocation there. It might just put him into it. Then you start getting down further and further. And, you know, the other part of this race, I was just having a quick look at it. The likes of the previous winners of the race, if you go back and look at Port Lockroy, Basler, Tricks of the Trade, the last 3 winners of the Railway Stakes haven't won a race since. Well, that's just unbelievable. In fact, only one of them's been placed.
Yeah.
And that was Bustler in last year's Lastia. Then you go back to Western Empire. Western Empire hasn't won too many. He did win that Gold Rush last year. Gee, the attrition rate for horses going on out of the railway, it's becoming a little bit concerning, isn't it?
So basically, you're telling us you win the railway, enjoy it there on Saturday. Enjoy it. Hey, we've got to move on. So that is to look back at the Railway Stakes. Our next topic, did Stephen Wolf, did he pull the right rein with Rope Them In and bypass the Railway Stakes and go to a winner bottom on his way to a Gold Rush?
You bet he did.
Why?
Well, he had one run at 1,600 as a 3-year-old, and he had a beautiful run in the Guineas, and he loomed to them, and he didn't get a mile. And so I think, and I did bump into Wolfie after he ran that cracking race in the, what was it? Was it the Crawford or the Asian Bow? And he said, I've got a dilemma. Do I go to the railway or do I go back to the bottom? I said, I'm not the trainer, but I'd probably go back the other way. I think he was terrific in that run with 61.5 kilos on his back. Before then, I think just keep that sharpness in him. Just don't think he runs a strong mile. I've always thought that maybe the Railway Stakes is for horses who can run you a really good 1800.
Yeah.
Because it used to be a really testing railway. I'll say one thing, just go back to that subject. One of the things about the railway, if you start looking at the times and how the races have been run, some of them have been run ridiculously slow. Real sort of drop anchors, back type mile races. Not like they used to be, but that's why they used to say it was the most testing 1,600 run. I don't think a lot of the editions of the railway have been run that way over the last decade, maybe, or even more if we dig a little bit deeper. So I'm glad that Wolfie's gone back to the Winterbottom with Rope in. I do think that given the fact that he'd run 4th in the Winterbottom last year to overpass, it's the race for him. If it gets him to peak on the day there, he's got to be somewhere in the midst of the right barrier draw.
No, I agree with you there. I reckon he's a better chance than the Gold Rush, and I think it's a perfect lead up to a Gold Rush, 12 to 1,400 metres. And
well, he did run in it last year, G, and he ran. I think he ran 5th, didn't he?
Yeah,
he was Empire. He was only beaten a couple of lengths.
Yeah. So I like the setup there from Stephen Wolf. Could King of Light, as we continue on our topics, could King of Light be the best horse Dan Morton has trained? Now he's trained a couple of pretty handy ones, Darren.
Has he ever? Let's not forget 2 horses by Scenic that walked through his yard at a pretty similar time in his training career. Scenic Shot, Scenic Blast. So you're proposing the question, could this unbeaten 3-year-old King of Light potentially be the best horse he has put a bridle on? It's a very romantic notion, a lovely pipe dream to have. But geez, got to scale a few mountains before he ever gets to that stage. Gee,
yeah.
If you look at what Scenic shot. Scenic blasted. Scenic Blast International Australian Horse of the Year. He won over a couple of $1 million. Prize money wasn't quite at the same elevated level that it is currently. But, to do what he did here, go to Melbourne, win a Lightning, win a Newmarket, go to England, win a King's Stand, race in America, Group 1 place Del Mar, race Japan. I mean, he was just a superstar. And we still see him today, as you know, in the off-the-track retired racehorses. He's popular with everyone when he goes to promotional events.
Yeah.
And then Scenic Shot, well, he won $3.4 million for Dan.
Yeah.
Same year, won 17 from 74. Won a McKinnon.
Yeah.
Won a couple of Doomben Cups.
So he's
Brisbane
got a little.
Cup, and the Melbourne Cup. So
Yeah.
King of Light is a very smart horse, and I'm excited. I'm getting a bit big Kev about King of Light. I like him. I don't think Dan's got anywhere near the bottom of him, and I think he'll win on Saturday.
Okay.
And I'd love to think that he's going to be the next big flag bearer for Danny. He's a horse with a little bit of X factor about him.
So he's currently at $2 with Bet365, Rockfest at $3.50. I was listening to you there yesterday on Racing.com. He's at Phoenix is a big price as well at $11. You got it down to $3, Cobb.
Yeah, I did. I think the horses that went through the Freetha are going to be the ones. I really think that King of Light can get the job done. I love his Phoenix as a horse. And the Fioris do a really good job down there. They put some polish on him. He raced the other day. He's furnished. He's strong. He'll be better for the run. And the horse that ran third, how could you not have been impressed with Rockfest? First up, he sort of took a couple of mediocre fields to task and beat them up in the winter. Certainly showed that he's got some ability. But he's run first up, 1400, and just launching late, pulling ground off them was exceptional. So you never know. He might be the next horse to take a big step forward. But I think it's a real showdown. I'm looking forward to it. Could be one of the best races for the entire carnival.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that Guineas, and then obviously to the Northerly where he's the favourite at the moment with Bet365, and we all know that 3-year-olds have got a great record in the Northerly. Today, Cobb, we need a winner, Darren McCall, if that's okay. We're racing at Belmont, 8 races. We might just get your quaddy league. We'll go through the quaddy leagues here at Belmont today. In the first league, Sound of Speed's at $2.40. First up from a break, Sean O'Donnell and Trevor Andrews combine. Who are you tipping here?
Good to see that combination back in a bit of form as well. Sean, it's a remarkable industry, isn't it, racing? Sean, he just couldn't buy a winner for a long time there, and all of a sudden he got onto Luana missing a little prelude of a Placid Arc and got the money, and he got his confidence up, and you could just see the sense of relief. And then last Saturday he goes there and he wins everything. So racing can turn very quickly, and likewise for Trevor as well. He's got a lovely filly there on his hands. Out of Speed is the way I'm going. I love the trial recently. It was a little 400-metre dash up just to clean the pipes out. One with plenty in hand. Previous effort was a dominant win on rain-affected ground there that particular day down in Bunbury. Picked off its maiden, won it by a good margin. I went back and had a look at its debut run as well, and it was behind Luana Miss, who's now clearly a group winner. And it was a very good effort in that race as well. So I think everything points to Sound of Speed, making it a winning return in the first leg of the quaddy. Gareth, race 5.
Chameleon Miss at $2.70, Belt of Song at $4, Impressive Jewel at $5.50 for Ash Maley. So a few of these horses resuming here. Darren, who do you like in race 6?
Yeah, I thought it was a bit on the thinner side this race. I've gone here with Mickey Lane, Chameleon Miss. She is second up. She ran at the Melbourne Cup meeting down there in Bunbury. I thought that she endured a really, really tough run there at that race. She got caught out there wide, didn't really get any cover, any backup in the run. And I still thought while she got beaten, she was very good. She got exposed. Galloway Shaw nailed her. Second up, I think that she can come here and have a big impact. Beautiful drawn barrier 3, so I'm happy to go with Million Miss, race 6, second leg of the quaddy.
Then we'll go to race number 7. This is the third leg of the quaddie. True Blue Bondi. Looks hard to beat. It's been well supported with Bet365 for S.A. Miller and Willie Pike. Rocket Juice at $6. Ask a lot at $7.50.
I saw Big Simon Miller lurking around the corridors here.
Yes.
SEN this morning.
Yes.
Doing his little piece. I was taken with the effort of Alaska lot. Always had a bit of time for this 6-year-old, but he was off the scene for 960 odd days. Really, he had a fairly significant issue. And then he returned to racing. He parked over the speed, 1,200 metres, and he was right there. It was only that lack of match practice that probably told on him in the last bit of that race. I think that if he takes natural improvement with his own natural ability, Alaska lot at $7.50, I think he might represent a little bit of value there.
Okay.
Don't trust Judas is in the mix there, so Simon's horse, True Blue Bondi. I'm going to go Alaska lot. I think that it'd be nice to see him realise some of his potential. Clearly, his career has been thwarted by a really significant injury, setback, and now that we're seeing him back in action again, let's hope that he holds up and he can continue through the prep.
Time has flown. We've got about a minute left, would you believe? Intoxicating's the favourite in the last at 380, and then you go to Fire the Lot that's had good backing at 650.
Intoxicating for me. Wide draw, I know, but the horse's form's very good, and I'll mark it down in the last event of the day, number 13, race 8. My best for the day is in race 4, Radiant Light, number 1.
Beautiful.
I think he brings exceptional form to that 3-year-old.
Race 4, number 1, Radiant Light at $2.30 for the punters. Good on you, Daz. Thanks for that, mate. We'll catch up with you each and every Wednesday for the best from the West. And, we'll preview, of course, and we'll get set for Winterbottom Stakes Day next Wednesday. And also take a look back there at Railway Stakes Day and Sky Racing Guineas Day as well, the WA Guineas meeting. So, looking forward to that. You have a good day. Daz, we'll try and fix your line
buddy.
next time. Thanks for
See you back over here someday soon.
Yeah, looking forward to it, mate. There's Darren McCauley. That was the best from the West. It's quickly approaching 10:30 on the other side of it. The Cranbourne Cup field has been announced with the Barry draw, so we'll head back to Cameron Luke. This is Giddy Up, all thanks to Bet365 on this Wednesday morning.
Making SEN News headlines. Crisis talks are being held today by state and territory leaders, calling for a better funding deal to tackle the aged care crisis. Popular gaming platform Roblox announces it will require Australian users to undergo facial age checks, despite not being included in the upcoming social media ban for under 16s, which kicks in December 10. The US House of Reps has voted in favour of releasing the remaining Jeffrey Epstein files to the public, and Russell Crowe to deliver a eulogy at today's state funeral for John Laws in Sydney today. sen.com.au sport is coming up. After taking 2 years off, Aussie surfer Stephanie Gilmore will have her sights set on snaring the world title from fellow Aussie Molly Picklum next year. It's after accepting a season wildcard to return to the tour. And 6 matches on today in the NBA. Starting soon, Orlando host the Warriors. While in NBL tonight, the Adelaide 36ers are at home taking on the Illawarra Hawks.
Melbourne Racing Club's Black Friday sale on now. Take 50% off young and full memberships.
This is Giddy Up with Gareth Hall.
Welcome back to Giddy Up. It is 10:32. Now we're going to take a quick break. We've got the Barry draw that's been concluded, of course, for the Cranbourne Cup. They're just doing the meteorite Barry draw as we speak. So the Barry draw for the Cranbourne Cup: Warney Barry 12, Stapati Barry 8, Aerosalt Barry 4, Casino 17 Barry 18, El Rocco 10, Holy Man 16, Regal Sioux 7, Charterhouse 13, Jenny Lala 5, Bankmore at 14. Saban is going to be hard to beat, Barry 11, St. Laurent 16, Statuario 9, and Pseudo Barrier 3, so stays in Melbourne instead of going to the Gong. Verdad 17, Pondaloe 1, and Shalite Barry 2. So that's the Barry draw for the Cranbourne Cup. We'll take a break. We'll come back with the meteorite straight after this and the Barry draw there.
Melbourne Racing Club's Black Friday sale on now. Take 50% off young and full memberships.
This is Giddy Up with Gareth Hall.
Welcome back to Giddy Up, Gareth Hall with you. I think we're heading back to Cranbourne to catch up with Cam Luke, who's live at Cranbourne. We just had the barrier draw for the Cranbourne Cup, and the meteorite barrier draw's just finished up, Cam. We'll cut back with Cam Luke in just a moment. So we just had the barrier draw for the meteorite, and obviously we're about to have the barrier draw for the Cranbourne. Well, we just had the barrier draw for the Cranbourne Cup. So just recapping the Cranbourne Cup barrier draw. Warney barrier 12s to Party barrier 8, Aerosol barrier 4, Casino 17 barrier 18, our Rocco barrier 10, Holy Man's barrier number 7. Then we go to Regal Seuss barrier 7, Holy Man's barrier 8, Charterhouse barrier 13, Jenny Lala 5, Bankmore 14, Saban barrier 11, St. Lawrence barrier 16, Statuario barrier 9, and Pseudo barrier 3, Sabaj 15, Ferdad barrier 17, Pondaloe barrier 1, and Shalite barrier 2. Let's head back to Cam Luke. Cam, you've had the barrier draw as well for the meteorite that just wrapped up.
Well, we're still halfway
Still
through
going.
Still going, and of course
Yeah.
it has a little extension to it due to the great community initiative that they've got with all the local community groups. They come up, they grab a little plush toy and has a number attached to a horse. So
yeah,
we're just continuing to roll through it. What I can tell you is that Hedged drew barrier 3, sought after barrier 4, Zoo Sensation high in the markets at 5, Arkansas Kids drawn 8. Soft Love is 12 as it stands, and we're just waiting to see, of course.
Do you know what we'll do, Cam? You sound like
Yes.
Miles Fitzner when they crossed him at the golf.
I'm whispering.
He started whispering.
The issue is I'm right next to the social media crew here at Southside Racing, and they're trying to listen to find out what's going on.
All right, mate.
What we might do, we're going to get, actually, you know what, it's just finished. Ronan, can you just go and take a photo of the barrier draw, and then we'll get back. I'm right now, Gareth, they've finished. So I do apologise. We'll get the official numbers very shortly. Rob Norton's going to join us from Roll the Dice Racing, as always. Great with his time, and a man who, and his crew, who've had a lot of success on this particular day. Last year, of course, when Globe won the Cranbourne Cup, they got Hedged, who was going really well. So he joins us now. Hello to you, Rob.
Hi, Cam. How are you?
I'm doing well, mate. I'm doing really well. You happy with the barrier draw?
Look, we're probably happy with it. I think Gav ideally wanted, say, 6 to 8.
Yep.
Maybe more like 8. You know, the idea is, I think there's going to be a truckload of pace in it. We've drawn 3, so that. If you remember last year, Nadal just blended in beautifully.
Just went bang. Yep.
So I think ideally it's we probably wanted to be 8, but let's just see how it's just finished. So 3 is probably better than 14, right?
Hey, Gareth, I can tell you right now. So Arkansas Kid, the top, he has barrier 8. Jigsaw has 11, of course, in wonderful form. Nadal trying to go and do what he did last year. He's got barrier 13. Watch Me Win, barrier 2. Zoo Sensation, high in the markets, barrier 5. Need Some Luck, 9. Beauty Charge, the former Hong Kong horse, at 14. Hedged, as Rob just touched on, at 3. Clobel at 1. We'll go from the inside draw. Sought After, 4. Stretton Angel, 7. Soft Love, 12. Extra 2, 6. And Jenny the Fox, barrier 10. So that's the official meteorite barrier draw, Gareth. Anything that sticks out for you quick before we get back to Rob?
I think Stratton Angel's drawn well. Hedge it's not a bad gate for him. Sue Sensation gets a perfect gate, barrier 5.
He does.
Nadal's going to get back anyway, but barrier 13 makes his job a little tougher. Jigsaw will be on pace. There's plenty of pace in this year's race. And then Arkansas Kid's drawn okay. Is Arkansas Kid, what barrier is he, sorry?
Arkansas Kid, the toppy, has got barrier. I believe it's barrier. It is barrier 8. Yes, it is.
Yes.
Arkansas Kid's got barrier 8. So
it's okay for him.
Yes. Yeah, it's a nice. I tell you what, Robin and Gareth, just looking just quickly before we get too deep into speed maps, it actually looks like a barrier draw that has suited a lot of the horses. Some who like to be able to get back, be able to blend in, as you touched on, Rob, with the amount of speed. And a couple of horses drawn a little closer to the fence will predominantly go forward anyway. So I don't know. I'm looking around here. I don't see too many worried faces on the back of it.
No. Oh, sorry. I just lost you there then, Cap.
You got us back, Gareth?
Yeah.
No,
What were you saying?
No no worried faces. I think the speed map probably works for most people there, Rob.
I think so too. I think it's a great initiative, isn't it, this race? So can't wait for Saturday.
When you look at this particular day, and of course Southside Racing is going to a new level each and every year, the fact is that you had a lot of success last year. It's one that you're attracted to probably year in, year out now due to the fact that Globe got the job done last year.
Absolutely. Gee, it was a big thrill when Globe won.
Yep.
It's a good race now, isn't it? You know, listed, mile, worth $500,000. I think you want your horses to be peaking at this time of year. If you're not quite hitting that Flemington Carnival, you can come here for good money.
How did you make his run last week?
Hedged.
Yeah.
I thought he ran well. Look, he ran second. We all thought we thought we'd win, but we didn't. So we've run a real solid second again, haven't we?
Were you always going to come here? Or, like, had he won last week, would he have not come here, or was it the plan?
No, the plan was always, if he pulled up well, we'd do both.
Mm-hmm.
We just felt over 1100. He's probably at his top with that. You know, the shorter the distance, the more tempo.
Yep.
So he's probably he's close to his top most of the way, and he ran well. But full credits to Boston Rocks. He beat us fair and square. If we got to the outside, I still think we would have run second, but it would have been very close.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Beautifully done, mate. Good. I appreciate your time, as always, jumping in. Thank you, Rob Norton. Roll the Dice Racing joins us. And Gareth, it's a bloody good morning here. And Southside Racing, we've touched a lot on. And no stranger to your show, of course, is Neil Bainbridge, who's the CEO here at Southside Racing. And he joins us. Neil, thank you for having us. How you doing?
Yeah, great, Cam. What a fantastic morning. Tremendous turnout, not only by the connections of both the Ladbrokes Cranbourne Cup and the Ladbrokes Meteorite, but the community initiative. It's great to be able to give a little bit back to the community and see so many good charity organisations here. 14 of them have drawn a horse on the Meteorite, so it adds a great deal of interest, and we'll donate $10,000 to those charities on Saturday.
So much of what we do in sport and what we do in racing is the extracurricular, the narrative around what the actual race is, because to be able to build the excitement, you've got to have those things outside of the actual, the 1,200 metres or the 1,400 metres or the 2,000 metre race. And this is something clearly Southside Racing has been working on, because this is a wonderful turnout and it does build the excitement really from today all the way through to Saturday afternoon.
Well, it does. It's just a wonderful opportunity for Southside Racing at Cranbourne. It's a prime date. It's in the Spring Carnival. We've got a fantastic cup field, $500,000 in prize money, the $1 million Meteorite. Cranbourne's such a rich racing area, obviously with the complex of the training centre there. There's over 1,000 horses a day. There's plenty of people that are actively involved, not only in that directly, but with family members. So the community is really important to us. It's such a growing and vibrant community, and we feel really fortunate to be given the opportunity to fly our flag at the highest point during the Spring Carnival and put on an outstanding day. Weather looks fantastic. Delighted with the field, just a tremendous even cup field, a lot of depth in it. Fortunate enough to have a runner in it myself, so fingers crossed it'll be a great day.
For the listeners, take us through your runner.
St Lawrence,
yes.
with Gavin Bedgegood.
Mm-hmm.
I stood next to Gavin when we ended up with barrier 16.
Yeah.
So disappointing.
Gav didn't have the greatest of barrier draw mornings in the Cranbourne Cup. He's got it half the field.
No, he didn't. I think we'll relieve Gav, and we might get Karen to do it next year. But look, he's a wonderful trainer, Gav. We're delighted to have the horse. Look, he's in good shape. He got beat 2.5 lengths in the Group 2. Damien Oliver behind Warney. We think he's a chance. He's drawn a touch sticky. Good run in the back straight along the mile start at Cranbourne. Delighted to have a runner in it, and thrilled for what will be a great day. It's been a big build-up. Great support from Racing Victoria as well, with the prize money injection into this day, and to run a $1 million race at Cranbourne on Saturday is terrific. And it's the first of 2 races, with the second one being on Ladbrokes Pakenham Cup Day with the Ladbrokes Supernova. It's going to shape up as a great race, won by Here Shock last year, and already we've seen Joe Pride target that race with Private Eye, such a long way out. So it's becoming a target race as well.
Is it coincidence you've got a runner in the Cranbourne Cup, or did you say to Gav, hey, I need St Lawrence to be here on my big day?
Well, no, I think it's a coincidence, and I'm a little bit nervous after we drew 16 because Gav's also nominating for the Kilmore Cup on Sunday. So I'll need to talk Gav into. We've got to run in the home patch. It's a great opportunity to run in such a great race, and to have a runner in it would be a huge thrill.
And Southside Racing, it's a big day because there's one thing to have a slot race, which has got a great field as it is, but there's another one to be able to win your own slot race of your Southside Racing, Neil, which is a great initiative. But you've got a nice horse to fill that slot.
Look, we have Philip Stokes, Stretton Angel, quality mare. Delighted that we managed to do a deal with with Phillip to have that mare run in this race. We think she's a live chance. She's drawn well in 7. Wonderful trainer, and yeah, look, I'm sure if she happened to get over the line on Saturday, that will do something special for all those people on course.
What I like around these slot races, the toing and froing and the business side of it, the discussions. I'm assuming you're heavily involved in the toing and froing and being able to get the right horse, get the right slot, and get the right business style when it comes to the not the kickback, but the ratio 1% compared to the other one. How did you enjoy that process?
Yeah, look, it is great. It's great to work not only with our slot holders, who are obviously great contributors to the race and make it happen, but to help them source, the appropriate horse for their slot that gives them a winning chance, gives them a great opportunity to get a return on that investment. And it is interesting the different deals that different slot holders do, whether it's 50-50 all the way down, or whether some people might give 70% who finish in the top 3, but they might take a little bit greater percentage down the bottom. So there's some good trading going on, and it's just an exciting thing where slot holders are chasing horses and horse owners are chasing the right deal and the right slot holder. So it adds a different dynamic, and it's just great to be able to drip feed those runners in the couple of weeks leading up to the event. It adds a great narrative. It's a good talking point, and generates a lot of interest. So it's just a good element, and we're thrilled. It's the second year. It'll get bigger and better as we move forward.
Before we let you go, mate, are you able to enjoy the day? You're the CEO. You run this whole wonderful innovation. Southside Racing going from strength to strength. This is a big part of what you guys do 365 days of the year. But you also have a runner, and you also have a horse that's in a slot race as well. Are you able to enjoy the day? Are you able to switch off for even a short amount of time?
Look, we are, and I think that's because we've got such a great team. One of the great things that's happened out of the merger is that two great clubs come together, and the resources and the quality of people that we have is terrific. Track staff do a great job. Our marketing and sales team and our events team really put on a good show. Probably by about 3 or 4 o'clock it starts to get a little bit less stressful when things have settled down. Obviously, having a runner in the cup will be a little bit unique. But it's just a very rewarding day, not just for me, but also for our committee, also for our staff. And, it is our time to shine, and we need to nail it. We have a responsibility not only to our club, to our members, we have a responsibility to our industry, and so we have a responsibility to make sure we put on a great day. That's what we'll do.
I asked Sean earlier, the success of the meteorite in particular has really gone to a new level very quickly, and is that a surprise? I'll ask you about the merger of these two clubs, two wonderful racing clubs. Were you surprised? I mean, it's not seamless because of the great work that everyone does, but are you surprised with the way it's been received straight away?
Look, probably. And I think, from both, whether you're a Cranbourne member or a Pakenham member, it's been a great deal. You've got 62 race meetings, predominantly we race on Thursday and Friday nights, accessible meetings, large growth corridor. People love coming to the races. They love going to Cranbourne and Pakenham. Our committee's led fantastically well. When you bring two clubs together and you take 5 committee members from each club and join them together, you're never quite sure how that's going to play out. Been amazing. And the staff as well, to their credit, roles have changed, responsibilities have changed. People embrace it. People like what we're doing. People like Peter Moody and Mick Price and all these great trainers and Kiramar that we have in the area have jumped on board and have voted with their feet that they want to be involved in Southside. They've taken slots. They train here at our both sites. 9 of the top 10 trainers in Victoria at the moment are based in the Southside. It's a significant number, and we'll continue to invest in training. We're about to start construction on a new $6 million equine veterinary hospital out at our Pakenham site. We've just purchased the equine train facility, which has got water walkers and horse spas and all these great facilities, and it'll become the high performance centre for Southside Racing, where we'll continue to provide elite environments for our thoroughbred animals. We're going to invest, and we've got a clear mandate to make racing great in the southeast.
Love it. Thank you for having us, and thank you for joining us, Neil. Thank you. Good luck for the weekend. Hey, Gareth, back to you. I know you're going to wrap it up. Have you got time for me on the other side of the break? I've got some form for you today if you're interested.
Yes, love to, mate. So I'll take a break and we'll come back and we'll wrap up this hour with you, Cam. Live at Cranbourne. This is Giddy Up. We're live from Cambridge Stud, New Zealand. Also the Cranbourne Turf Club ahead of their big day on Saturday.
Melbourne Racing Club's Black Friday sale on now. Take 50% off young and full memberships.
This is Giddy Up with Gareth Hall.
All right, then, let's wrap up this hour. We'll head back to Cranbourne. And Cam Luke, you've got some winners for us. G'day, Cam. Can you hear us, mate? Okay, we did have Cam Luke. We'll try and we can hear. Listen, I don't know if he's on this afternoon. Is he, Cam? Anyway, we'll get his tips anyway. He can send us through those tips that he had ready for us just before that break. Straight after the 11 o'clock news, we'll catch up with Mitchy Lewis. He'll go through, of course, the meeting at Caulfield on the heat track today. And we'll also catch up with Matty Reid from Tassie Time to talk about their big night on Friday night. It's Newmarket night there at Launceston with their carnival now officially kicking off. Their summer carnival kicking off there on Friday night there at Launceston. So looking forward to that. It'll be a busy bag of tips. And then the final half an hour of the show, we'll talk some greyhound racing with Jason Adams and also Georgie Ferrugia here on this Wednesday morning here on Giddy Up. Giddy Up brought to you by Bet365. It's never ordinary when it's brought to you by Bet365. Imagine what you could be buying instead for free and confidential support. Visit gamblinghelponline.org.au. Let's take the 11 o'clock news and we'll come back for a busy final hour here on Giddy Up this Wednesday.
Hello there, I'm Nath Gardner with SEN News. Young AFL hopefuls will find out tonight which club they'll be joining as the first round of the draft kicks off. Currently, the Eagles and Richmond hold the top 4 picks, Essendon with picks 5 and 6, and Melbourne with 7 and 8, while Gippsland Power's Willem Dersma is expected to be the first name read out.
It'd definitely be really special to try and, help West Coast if they did take me tonight. Then it'd definitely be really special to try and make them, pretty good again, and that would be really special.
Thanks to 9 there. 350 jobs at CSIRO are on the chopping block. Australia's leading science and research agency says it can no longer afford to maintain the breadth of its programs or workforce. It follows around 800 research and science job losses in the past 18 months. Tropical cyclone Fina off northern Australia is forecast to reach Category 2 strength today. It's tracking north for now, but is tipped to turn south towards Darwin over the next few days. M&M is suing Aussie beach brand Swim Shady because it's too similar to the US rapper's pseudonym Slim Shady.
Will the real Slim Shady please stand up? We're gonna have a problem here.
Indeed, the MCG's infamous Bay 13 has been allocated to the Barmy Army for the Boxing Day test. That's just un-Australian. And in Adelaide, the World Beach Volleyball Championship continues. 2 Aussie teams remain on day 6 of action. Both play tonight for a spot in the round of 16. Coming up, SEN Sport. The Socceroos are playing an international friendly against Colombia in New York starting soon. It's their second match in the November international window. Meantime, Scotland has qualified for its first World Cup since 1998 after beating Denmark. And Aussie all-rounder Cam Green has declared he's at full fitness with 2 days to go until the Ashes opener in Perth. Catch it here on SEN.
Melbourne Racing Club's Black Friday sale on now. Take 50% off young and full memberships.
This is Giddy Up with Gareth Hall.
This is Giddy Up, busy final hour. We've got bag of tips coming your way, plus Tassie Time with Matty Reid. We'll kick off proceedings, and then, of course, the weekly chase with Jason Adams and Georgie Ferrugia. But it's now time for Tassie Time. Tassie is the perfect place to race. Hello to you, Matty Reid.
Hello, G.
Looking forward to the Summer Carnival, which officially kicks off Friday night with the running of the Newmarket.
Yeah, absolutely. We start with one of our best meetings for the entire summer, the state's best sprint race, $150,000 listed event. Gerazo looks as though he'll be favourite, and the Star Thoroughbred colours will probably have the favourite in the other feature too, the 3-year-old Cup, which has only got a small field, but elite quality, I'd say.
Who's your early tip for the Newmarket? I know you'll deep dive a little bit deeper, of course, as we get closer to Friday night.
It's a fascinating race, G. Look, I think Gerazo's the one that picks himself, and if you're looking past him, you could nearly make a case for the entire field, and I think the market went up sort of about an hour and a half ago, and it's kind of in agreement. I think Gerazo about 270, which I think is the right price. It's pretty much bang about where I marked him, and then if you're looking past him, and there's just so many different angles, I did think looking at a one for value, a horse called Parola, who's about $21, might be a little bit of value. You can tie her form back into Gerazo, and she went to a new level during the winter and was pretty competitive last summer. So I think for me, I won't be necessarily chips in Gerazo. I'll certainly be sending him around a winner and probably specking a couple of roughies in the race as well. That technically, traditionally hasn't been much of a favourites race. I think the last favourite to win the Newmarket was on Wesley back in 2018.
There you go, and there's been a few upsets, as you just pointed out there. So looking forward to that Friday night meeting. And in harness racing, that Golden Apple Series kicked off last Sunday. And Emma Stewart, she's hard to beat anywhere, but especially when she travels her horses to Tasmania.
Yeah, absolutely. Her strike rate's insane when she comes down here, G. He's a punk rocker, won the second of the two Golden Apple heats, knocking off the local star. Tried to tell you there wasn't much between them at all, and Tried to tell you wasn't brilliant away from the tape. So I think they'll be reasonably confident. Connections have Tried to tell you of turning the tables in that final, which is on Saturday week. We also had heaps of the bandbox there and the Globe Derby too. It was a real favourites day in Launceston on Sunday. I think about 7 of the 10 races were won by favourites. So probably trending towards something similar for that final in a fortnight, but it's another really good program early on in the Summer Racing Festival.
Yeah, and then you've got your feature races. The Hobart Thousands not far away, so there's plenty happening across the three codes.
Yeah, absolutely. December 11, I think, is the Hobart 1000. Athens Earl won the Gold Cup last Thursday night, and it's looking every bit like he's the main local contender to try and give Mickey Stringer back-to-back wins in the race. We also have got the Gallops running on Sunday on the quick backup after the Newmarket. There's a program in Hobart as well, G. So plenty of racing and plenty of features here. Starts now and kind of runs through until the end of February.
Good on you, mate. Thanks for that. We appreciate it, Matty. We'll catch up with you on Friday with your late mail or your tips for Newmarket night.
Perfect. Thanks, G.
Time for Bag of Tips now here on Giddy Up.
The Giddy Up Bag of Tips for Oz Equipment Rentals. Supplying equipment to the construction, mining and roadworks industries. OzEquipment.com.
Let's find you a few winners with this meeting at Caulfield today, but this is Bag of Tips as we go right across the country. Of course, Bag of Tips brought to you by Bet365. It's never ordinary when it's brought to you by Bet365. Imagine what you could be buying instead. For free and confidential support, visit gamblinghelponline.org.au. The Ultima Hotel in the heart of the Mallee, just down the road from Swan Hill. Swing by for a cold beer. And Oz Equipment Rentals, supplying equipment to the construction, mining and roadworks industries, OzEquipment.com. The Bet365 Boost horse at Caulfield comes in the opening race, Angelic Rose, who was okay on debut, but I reckon she'll be better around Caulfield today. That's $3.20 until 12 p.m. Eastern time today. So you've got just under, 50 minutes or just over 50 minutes to get on that horse at that boost price of $3.20. But Mitchy Lewis joins us now to go through his selections at Caulfield. The rail's out 2 metres. We're on a good 4. Hello to you, Mitch.
Yes, morning, G.
How do you think this track at Caulfield will play today?
Yeah, look, the rail goes out slightly, similar conditions to last week. So I think if we're basing it off similar as last week, fair enough. Yeah, it didn't show any leaderish signs, so we'll say pretty even.
Let's have a look at this first race. Angelic Rise was okay there on debut, but she's been heavily supported here at a second race start for Lindsay Parker, Mickey D, $2.70. Then you've got Cofagan at $3. Omen on debut there for Graham Begg and Geordie Childs is 6 into $5. And then we go to Almost an Angel. He's been easy in the market on debut, out to $6.50 now with Bet365.
Yeah, look, a bit of money for a few. I usually, when I'm betting into these races, like when they've got the race experience. So Angelic Rise for me on top. Drawn well, should push forwards. Trial form was solid. Maybe didn't handle the ground there down the Flemington Straight. So forgivable here on a drier track. I think she's the one to beat. I was 5 from 7, 6 and 2.
5, 7, 6 and 2 for Mitchie Lewis in the first race. On Broadway for Lloyd Kennewell's knocking on the door for a victory this preparation. Been good his last couple. Mark Zara rides at $3.40. Good to see Mark back after that dream carnival at Flemington. He's back from suspension, of course, and rides this 4-year-old mare on Broadway today. Miss Castelvecchio at $4.20 for Charlotte Littlefield. Then Island Boy at $4.80. Blue Cowboy at $5.50. And then you go to A2 at $5.50 and then Cash Converter at $8. So small but even field here.
Yeah, sorry, G. I thought you were throwing over there. But, the 6 on Broadway lent that way, particularly that last start at Mornington, very close there. I think Mark hopping on in the saddle is going to put the horse in the positive position. So I think it's the one to beat, but wary of the 4 A2. Reese looks like he's been trying to place this horse in the right grade, and even though it was 9th last start in that different gravy race at Flemington, it was a pretty handy run. So they'll be the 2 horses that go forwards and probably fight it out. So I think they're the 2 main chances from the 8 Miss Castelvecchio and the 1 Blue Cowboy.
So 6, 4, 8 and 1 there for Mitchie Lewis in the second. Marini Empress is the $2.10 favourite here. Another one for Graham Begg and Geordie Childs. This is in the third race over the 1,500 metres, and it's been clearly the best backed. However, there's been a little bit of money for Cooley of late, for Luke Nolan and the Moody and Coleman combination here, Mitch.
Yeah, this is competitive, I thought, G. I probably couldn't get Marine Empress as short as where the market is now, so perhaps the value was on the 6, Wolf of Fitzroy Street. Look, I just thought there at Echuca, they backed it to win, didn't quite get all of the luck. So I think here, better for that run and experience. So I thought it was a sneaky chance in this race. So I went 6 from the 10, from the 7, and then the 4, Harry Devil, I thought could be a sneaky one at value.
So tick 6, 10, 7 and 4. There was a big tip around for Wolf of Fitzroy Street there on debut at Echuca, but as you pointed out, did get a long way back, but Ethan Brown jumps on this time around. And we all know how good he's going at the moment, Ethan Brown. Race 4's over 1,000 metres. This is a benchmark 70. Scratching here, take out the 4 for Roshi. Market with Bet365. We've got Edgerton at $2.10. Cavallo Romponte at $5. And then Grouse Mountain at $6. Felita at $7.50. And it's enough at $7.50 here. And Monarchia Miss is at $8 and dropping back to the thousands. A big plus for her for Rory Hunter.
Yeah, we spoke yesterday, G, that I thought it was racing 2, Edgerton and Feroci. Feroci out, so we're keen on Edgerton. First up winner last prep. Has a good record first up. It was performing at a strong level before it ran into a heavy track there at Mornington. So I think can bounce back here as long as the track's playing evenly, because I think the horse will get back in a high-pressure race. But if the track's even, it should be hard to hold out. From the 2, Grouse Mountain, the 1, Cavallo Rapante, and the 5, Innocent Enough.
So your numbers there, 6, 2, 1, 5, but keen on Edgerton in race number 4 there at Caulfield. We'll move on to race number 5, and this is over 1,000 metres, benchmark 66. Good little race here, only eight going around. Scratchings are clear. Your 2 Vane at $2.60 is the favourite from Hustle and Heels at $2.90, Skipjack at $6.50, and then we go out to Misty Legend at $9 and Fully Calculated at $10.
Yeah, I lent away a Hustle in Hills. I like that resuming run there at Cranbourne in the 9:55. It's not much of a harder race, and the 1,000 metres probably suits. So from the inside, I think gets a right run. From the 3, Your Two Vein, hard to knock the winning form, G, 3 from 3. 4, Misty Legend, and 7 fully calculated. But it was probably tough to split the 5 and the 3.
All right, then. So just recap your numbers there.
5, 3, 4, and 7.
5, 3, 4, and 7. What would you have in the quaddie there, Mitch?
I'm just going to keep those 4, G. They're the 4 that I'm leaning to.
So 5, 3, 4, and 7, the numbers as well in the first leg of the quaddie. Move on to race number 6 there at Caulfield today. This is over the 1,800 metres, benchmark 66, and you can scratch, of course, the 9. Suntora for Nick Ryan, Mark Sarah 360. Oceans above $4. Been a good little boy, good little boy and buy for the Goodwin Camp at $4, and then you go to Too Big at $6 here.
It's been hard to catch Suntora for some punters, hasn't it, G? But down slightly in grade. Look, I went the way of the 5, Bogues. I thought it had improvement to give coming onto a dry track. It was pretty solid there at Kyneton on Cup Day and a heavy, when I don't think it was very well suited for Liam Howley. So barrier 4 gets a right run, drier track suits, up in distance. So I've got Bogues on top from the favourite Suntora. Then we were the 6, Oceans Above, and the 4, Too Big.
So 5, 7, 6, and 4. What numbers would you have in a quaddie there, League 2?
Those 4, but I'm going to throw in the 2, Durban Harbour, who was the winner of Bogues' race last start at Kyneton.
Okay. Race 7 is over the 1,600 metres, another benchmark 66. The 6, Dancing Dolly, comes out. Empire of Pain is the $2.80 favourite. Enchanted Jenny, $3.80. And then you go to a horse like Tempranillo is at $4. Serena at $4.60. He's been well supported, the horse that you gave a good push to yesterday with the midweek masterclass.
Yeah, so still keen on it. It maps well. It's going to go forward, gets a couple kilos off, so you'd think it'd be prominent. Third up winner last time, it was third up to the 1,600 metres now. I think it's going to suit, so she'll be my value play of the day, but as you touched on, she had a little bit of support there, so encouraging to see. But Serena, for me, on top. I was 4 from the 2, Empire of Pain, the favourite, 3, Enchanted Jenny, and the 7, Tempera Elo.
So 4, 2, 3, and 7 in race 7. Race 8, we've got 2, 5, 6, 9, 11, 12, and 13 come out. So a few scratchings there. This is a benchmark 66, and the unbeaten Tennessee Bound is the $1.30 favourite here, Mitch.
Yeah, look, based on what it's been able to produce so far, I think it's going to be pretty hard to beat. So what I'm doing here, G's, I've got Tennessee Bound on top of the 10, Canara, the 7, Net Bravada, and the 3, Grumpy Bear.
Yep.
What I would do, what I'm recommending is taking 2 quaddies. So we're going to take, say if you're using $100, 75 of it will go all of the first 3 legs, but then Tennessee Bound 1 out. But then just in case Tennessee Bound goes under, we'll have another quaddie with $25 left. The 3, the 7, and the 10. You need to leave the favourite out of that one for the value.
Yeah. All right. Then what would you have what were your numbers here in the final race?
I was 4 from 10, from 7, from 3.
Your numbers in the third leg of the quaddie?
Yep, they were the same as the ones we put in. So 2, 3, 4 and 7. Originally had the 6, but the 6 was scratched. So
beautiful.
$2.40 for the big quaddie G, and $80 for the 1 out Tennessee Bound.
So your quaddie numbers 5, 3, 4, 7 first leg, 5, 7, 6, 4 and 2 third leg, 4, 2, 3 and 7 third leg, and then you're having one quaddie with the favourite, 1 out the 4, and another quaddie with no favourite. In case it gets beaten, you're throwing in the 3, 7 and 10. I like the way you're thinking there. What about your best bets?
Yep, so best bets, I'm going to go the 2-year-old early, race 1, number 5, Angelic Rise. I think it just sets up better than we saw last time. Race 4, number 6, Edgerton. He looks the one there. And then the value, race 7, number 4, Serena.
And what about there at Balaclava, thanks to Betsy's today? Or Murray Bridge, I should say. Who do you like there, mate?
Yeah, we mentioned, I'm just having a look now. Race 2 yesterday, hopefully a few got on from the midweek masterclass. Number 9, mostly for show, They absolutely whacked it when markets went up, G. So hopefully a few listeners got onto that. I think it'd be hard to beat. And then the value play of the day there, race 4, number 4, Creek, ex-James Cummins horse, second up in trip. I think we'll be better suited there today.
Beautiful. Thanks for that, brother. We appreciate it as always.
Thanks, mate. I'll chat to you tomorrow.
There's Mitchy Lewis there going through his best bets there at Murray Bridge, thanks to Betsy's, and also going through the card there at Caulfield. 19 minutes past 11, we'll take a break here. This is Bag of Tips on Giddy Up, and we'll come back with the selections for the rest of the meetings around the country on this Wednesday.
Melbourne Racing Club's Black Friday sale on now. Take 50% off young and full memberships.
This is Giddy Up with Gareth Hall.
Welcome back to Giddy Up. This is Bag of Tips. We're at Canterbury today. We've got the rail out 3 metres. We're racing on a good 4. Let's catch up with Mickey Gannon. G'day, Mick.
G'day, G. How are you, mate?
Good, thank you, mate. Take it away with your specials.
Yeah, let's kick off in race number 3 with horse number 2, Cerismo. Brings really good form lines. Green Spaces form lines, in fact. Horse was dominant in the Group 3 grade the last Saturday. And Cerismo was thereabouts, stuck on well with about a 6-length margin to third there at Wyong. So I think we can stick with that form line. Race 3, number 2, Cerismo. I'll take you to race number 4, Horizons. Just gets an absolute map faders here. Rolls out the front, be very, very hard to beat. You got Hippo aboard. He's the best in the business when it comes to these rides. I think he would just do nice, 12-second sectionals out the front, and then just put a gap in him on turn for home and be very, very hard to beat. So race 5, number 4, Horizons. And third player of the day, I thought it was a horse there that went around at Newcastle some 42 days ago. That's my only concern. Other than that, Remember Jack is his name, horse number 15. It was against the pattern today, but ran on really, really well. Plenty of merit in that run. Great second up record. Race 7, number 15, Remember Jack, getting a decent enough price to find out, G. So 3, 2, 5, 4, and 7, 15 at Canterbury.
Good on you, brother. Thanks for that, mate. Have a good day.
Giddy up.
Giddy up. There's Mickey Gannon. We'll catch up with Dean Watling in just a moment. Luke Ovanessian at Canterbury. He's got a few specials for us today. Fua D, race 2, number 1. Race 4, number 8, Mother Goose is also a selection. So race 2, number 1. Race 4, number 8. Race 5, number 6, Placid Pearl. Race 6, number 11, Sword Play. And race 7, number 4, Walenda. Race 2, number 1. Race 4, number 8. Race 5, number 6. Race 6, number 11. And race 7, number 4. His selections there. Dean Watling will join us to have a look at his best bets there at Canterbury on this Wednesday. And he's ready to go shortly, Dino. Looking forward to catching up with Dino to see what his best is. In fact, we'll skip over Dino and we'll catch up with Chris Nelson. You can check out racingqueensland.com.au for where Queensland is racing today. Hello, Chris.
Good morning, Gareth. Dino can wait. He's a patient man.
Settle down, Dino. What about at Doomben today? Where do we start with your plays?
At the top, race 1, number 3, Barreling, who I mentioned yesterday, a recent addition to the Tony Collins stable. The first start for the yard ran 4th at Eagle Farm a couple of weeks ago on Melbourne Cup Day. I thought the run was quite good. He shaped as though he's looking for further. He gets that today, and there's quite a number of gear changes for him also, Barreling. So I think he rolls forward here from the gate. The opposition don't look overly strong. Slipsane the danger, but I can see Slipsane getting back in the field. So I am with number 3, Barreling in that first race. The Golden Stable again with race 5. Horse number 9, Moulin Miss, who ran into a really smart one from the same stable in Balance of Books, also on Melbourne Cup Day. She beat the rest of them pretty comfortably, though. She's third up here. She should be peaking, and she, too, should be up near the speed somewhere. So race 5, number 9, Moulin Miss. And we'll round them out with race 7, number 3, Breezen. As I mentioned yesterday, the best form lines for this race. Second to Ready to Ship 2 back. That horse won on Saturday at Doomben. And then the second behind Now Is the Hour. Last time out at Eagle Farm was a good one as well, Gareth. They're calling Now Is the Hour Little Zarastro because he wears the same colours and he's winning good races. So he may be a horse to follow. So Breezen, race 7, number 3.
Good on you, mate. Thanks for that.
Thanks, Gareth. Cheers.
There's Chris Nelson. Terry Layton will join us in just a moment. Dean Watling's tips, race 2, number 13, Sylph, and race 7, number 13, Be Quiet, race 2, number 13, and race 7, number 13, race 2, number 13, and race 7, number 13, his tips. So he likes Sylph and Be Quiet. We'll catch up with Terry Layton in just a moment. We'll take the news and then we'll come back with Terry.
Making SEN News headlines, crisis talks are being held today by state and territory leaders, calling for a better funding deal to tackle the aged care crisis. Popular gaming platform Roblox announces it will require Australian users to undergo facial age checks, despite not being included in the upcoming social media ban for under 16s, which kicks in December 10. The US House of Reps has voted in favour of releasing the remaining Jeffrey Epstein files to the public, and Russell Crowe to deliver a eulogy at today's state funeral for John Laws in Sydney today. sen.com.au sport is coming up. The Socceroos are playing an international friendly against Colombia in New York starting soon. It's their second match in the November international window. Meantime, Scotland has qualified for its first World Cup since 1998 after beating Denmark. And Aussie all-rounder Cam Green has declared he's at full fitness with 2 days to go until the Ashes opener in Perth. Catch it here on SEN.
Melbourne Racing Club's Black Friday sale on now. Take 50% off young and full memberships.
This is Giddy Up with Gareth Hall.
Welcome back to Giddy Up. Terry Layton's about to join us here. Some news is breaking in WA racing. Dan Pearce telling me that Talk & Co is off to the paddock, so she'll be set for an autumn campaign, and that'll probably be on the East Coast. So some news there that Talk & Co is off to the paddock, so her Pinnacles is over. So there you go. Looking forward to seeing what she can do on the East Coast. She's very good, of course. So thanks for Dan Pearce for sending that through. Terry joins us now, the great Terry Layton, with his selections at Belmont. Hello to you, Terry.
Good morning, Gareth. How are we?
Good, thank you, mate. Take it away with your specials, please.
Rightio. Most of the focus is on Railway Week. What did you make of the draw, first of all? What did you think? A very Grant and Alana orientated draw?
Yeah. I don't know. Western Empire, Barry won. I reckon you'll know if it's a good draw straight after the race, basically, where the Pike gets held up. I think it, Watch Me, not Pike, Billy Egan, of course, and Watch Me Rock, I think it's a perfect draw for him. Barrier 4.
Yeah, exactly right. Exactly right. All the Raiders drew wide. They're all going to end up a long way back, I'd suggest. So yeah, unless some funny things happen with the speed map, and there's a couple out wide that try and go forward that we're not expecting it, and it turns those good gates into messy gates because there's a few stopping on them. It does look like a Grant and Alana one too. I reckon Watch Me Rock will be backed as if it's unbeatable. It's just got that profile of a horse that's on the rise, on the minimum, etc., etc. But got a couple of winners to find first midweek, hey Gareth?
Yep, take it away, brother.
Race number 5, nothing fancy, $2.50 or so for Sound of Speed. It's a very thin race. Like, a lot of these are going to struggle to win too many more, and its trial, even though it's only a 400-metre hit out, was really smooth. The stable's obviously rolling now with Luana Miss winning the Placid Arc on the weekend, and Sean O'Donnell, I tell you what, from a bloke who was struggling to find a winner anywhere, everything he is riding, even if they're not winning, they are outperforming their SP by panel. So horses are loving Sean O'Donnell at the moment. So I think that looks your best bet of the day. Race 5, Sound of Speed. Then jump to race number 7. Nothing against Pikeys here. It's just a bit of a sticky draw, and I'm not as sold on it as the market is continuously. So going to have something on Rocket Juice. Thought it was a nice trial. He's given it 2 trials. The visors weren't on in either. Improved noticeably from the first to the second. So I want to have something on in at $6. I'm going to also have something smaller on number 11, Boza Lad. Comes out of the same trial as Rocket Juice. Was probably aesthetically a little more pleasing, but it's just how jockeys ride trials. Luke Campbell's he sort of takes a hold of them a little bit more, and Stevie always gives them a bit of a rev up late. So sometimes to the eye it can look that way, and not always be that way. But it's a 3-year-old with some upside. So always happy to look at those in these sort of dodgy little Class 3s midweek, and then in the last, I think. Probably going to be back nearest to last, but intoxicating off 7 days, younger horse against a lot of horses that have had their chances in a race with a lot of speed. Excuse me, I think intoxicating will be very hard to hold out late. So if they're making ground, you probably don't need to dive into that one straight away, but if they're making ground, something near $4 for intoxicating in the last will get me involved.
Love your work, Tez. We'll catch up with you, of course, as we get closer. Railway Stakes Day here on SEN.
No, looking forward to it. Thanks, mate.
He's a star, Terry Leighton. Darren Carroll likes race 8, number 1, Mannequin. This is at Bendigo. Race 5, number 4, Wicked Mitzi. And Riddle Me This, race 7, number 5. And Michael Dummersney, thanks to Harness Racing New South Wales, the home of the Carnival of Cups, where Australian music royalty meets quality harness racing action. Race 1, number 3, Kiang Jigsaw. And race 8, number 1, Belle of Belmont. His tips at Bathurst tonight. And Brett Honey at the Cannington Greyhounds tonight likes race 3, number 7, Gone Pup, and race 8, number 1, Bin Away Charm. So Brett Honey at Cannington tonight, and the Dogs likes race 3, number 7, race 8, number 1. That's Bag of Tips. The weekly chase coming up next with George Ferrugia and Jason Adams.
Melbourne Racing Club's Black Friday sale on now. Take 50% off young and full memberships.
This is Giddy Up with Gareth Hall.
Time for the Weekly Chase with Jason Adams and George Ferrugia.
Welcome back to Giddy Up. There's plenty happening in the sport of greyhound racing. Let's welcome in the boys, Georgie Ferrugia and Jason Adams, of course, for the Weekly Chase. G'day, Jace.
Hello, G. Great to be here after what was a big night at Sandown last Friday. And, of course, we build up to heats of the Melbourne Cup this Saturday on racing.com. So looking forward to it.
Yeah, it doesn't get any better, really. As I say hello to you, Georgie Ferrugia.
G'day, Gareth. How are you, mate? And just
I am well.
Just quickly, your little traumatised Melbourne Cup bet is starting to really gain some momentum. 29.54 at the Meadows, if you don't mind, on Wednesday night.
Hold your drinks. I'll tell you what, I'll have a look at the Melbourne Cup all-in market shortly. These box draws are all important. I reckon it's more nerve-wracking for the connections of the Melbourne Cup hopefuls for this barrier box draw, of course, ahead of the final, because you just need to qualify first of all and you need to win. So that's what makes the Melbourne Cup so great. But before that, Colac Kid was too good in the shootout, Georgie, defeating Barefoot Zulu.
Yeah, Early Speed won the race. The other three sort of got tangled up with each other, and Colac Kid was off and gone. And look, it just caps off what's been a fantastic 4 to 6 week period for Colac Kid, again, showing really, really good early speed. And it was never really in doubt. Barefoot Zulu, of course, who started favourite in the race, he's out now with the Melbourne Cup and the Phoenix, which is disappointing after a toe injury, but take nothing away for the winner. He was just too good for them.
Yeah. Chase, what did you make of the shootout?
Well, I thought the three runners that were finished at the tail of the field were all pretty disappointing, to be honest. I mean, Barefoot Zulu possibly had an excuse, given he has got a toe ligament injury since then, has been withdrawn for the Phoenix, which we'll speak about shortly. But Kenya Tornado didn't bring his best, and the other greyhound being Kenya Ponga just didn't serve up his finest either. So, again, take nothing away from the winner, Colac Kid, because he's in a really good purple patch of form at the moment, but it was a one-act affair and not a very entertaining race.
I think it highlights what we've spoken about, how it's one thing to be a fast dog, but you've got to step up to that level. And that was the best greyhound they'd been up against, Barefoot Zulu and Colac Kid. Colac Kid having experience in group level and defeating greyhounds at group level. And those greyhounds are young and upcoming, but they're not ready to take them on just yet. And that is exactly how it turned out on Friday.
There's plenty of news, as you just pointed out, Jason, with some of the big-name dogs in the country. There's no bigger name, I don't reckon, than Explicit. You've got some news there.
Well, it was reported earlier in the week that he's not going to be ready for the Phoenix, so he's been withdrawn from that and therefore retired. So it's a shame, because it was going to be a fairy tale ending to what's been an amazing career, as we thought it was going to be last year too, before we come back to racing. But, George, it's a shame, and it has been sort of presented as a future Hall of Famer. It's hard to argue with that. I know we always look at things when it comes to superstars through a nostalgic point of view, going back in time, but this boy's done plenty. I don't think there'll be another greyhound in years to come to win a Melbourne Cup in Phoenix like he has.
Yeah, look, I suppose never say never, but winning 35 out of 49, Jace, what a strike rate. Hall of Fame talk, totally understandable, especially considering I think he's already served 100 females, so he might become a really good stud dog as well. He could have been that greyhound to have 2 fairy tale finishes. He couldn't have had a bigger fairy tale than a Melbourne Cup Phoenix double. And parts of the early part of, or the middle part of the year, guys, he probably still looked a greyhound to beat in the Phoenix. There wasn't really a new heir to the throne coming to take his spot. He was still racing at his absolute peak. So it's disappointing, but look, he's certainly done enough. He's won $2.1 million, and he was one of a few that have unfortunately dropped out for the Phoenix.
Let's hope he enjoys his time at stud more than he did, say, the first time around when he told Jason basically.
Hey, it was always enjoyable, G.
Yeah, but he said to Jason, I'm bloody sick of this. I want to go back racing.
I can do both, yeah.
Yeah, and Jason said he was a lot happier horse once he was allowed to go back racing. So, hey, we wish Explicit the best of luck. But what a dog he was, especially this time last year. He was the talk of the town. He had a lot of pressure on him, and he stood up. He won a Melbourne Cup and then, of course, won a Phoenix. So, we wish him the best of luck with his second retirement. We'll take a quick break. On the other side of it, we'll talk about the Melbourne Cup, because the fields aren't far away. And then it's, of course, the biggest race. It's the holy grail of the sport of greyhound racing, the Great Melbourne Cup, which will be, of course, contested there on Saturday night with the heats.
Melbourne Racing Club's Black Friday sale on now. Take 50% off young and full memberships.
This is Giddy Up with Gareth Hall.
Welcome back to Giddy Up. Great to have your company on this Wednesday morning. We're live from Cambridge Stud today, so it's been another busy show. Cam Luke was at Cranbourne, and we're talking greyhound racing now with the weekly chase. Georgie Ferrugia and Jason Adams. Of course, the markets are closed, Jace, for the Melbourne Cup because the box draw for the heats aren't far away.
Yeah, not far away at all. We'll probably have heats within the next 45 minutes, but when we take
Any
a scan...
chance you could organise them for us here on Giddy Up with your power, with your powers at GRV?
I tried that yesterday. I flying the flag
Okay.
yesterday. It didn't work. 12 o'clock was going to be a stretch, but 11:30 is definitely not. But there is 85 nominations for the Melbourne Cup
Yep.
heat. So, of course, that only goes into 64, and all the names you'd expect to be a part of that are there, probably minus one that I noticed in Mapunga Rewards. So I'm not sure what the latest is on him, but he's not nominated for the Melbourne
Cumbria
Cup.
Jack?
Cumbria Jack, I don't think he is. I did see a rise of Sparkles there. As far as I know, we could see Cumbria Jack trial at the Meadows next Wednesday night, but TBC. The other news out of the noms, Gareth, is we didn't speak about the Laurels last Friday night at Sandown, which was won by Zipper on time. He's just got an amazing winning strike rate and so far a great career in New South Wales since she's transferring here in Victoria. She is nominated. So there was a question mark over whether Jason Thompson would pull the trigger. He has, and she is in, which is a good thing.
And Gareth, you spoke about this last week. I mean, timing is
Yeah.
everything in greyhound racing, isn't it? I mean, with the announcement that Barefoot Zulu won't be ready for the Phoenix, Slick Splits is out after winning again at Sandown in 29.09, Explicit is out. All of a sudden, Zipper on Time, who many people wouldn't have heard of a couple of weeks ago, has come to Melbourne, won her heat and final of the Laurels, and is second favourite for the Phoenix. So, I mean, look, she's still got to get a spot, and obviously Awesome Lodge have their own spot now without Explicit. So, I tell you what, this is a little bit wide open. Does it open a spot for your boy, even though he was defeated on Tuesday, Duana Star?
Yeah, it's interesting really when you try and work out. He has to get a start, or he'd be close to anyway to want a star. He's at $10 with Bet365 for the Phoenix. Going back to the Melbourne Cup, like who do you want to be with? Obviously the draws play a major part and you need a little bit of luck. And I know there's no markets to go on at the moment, but if you had to have a horse before or I should say a dog before these fields come out, Georgie, which team do you want to be in for this year's Cup?
Oh, it's really tough without the box draw, as you said, because they're so evenly matched. But a dog like Flying Zulu's sort of been there and done that. If he could draw a good box this week, and I know we haven't seen much of Deadly Avenger. I mean, has he been nominated?
He
Jake?
is,
Yeah.
yep.
Look, he's a terrifically talented greyhound, and if all of a sudden he gets a win under his belt, he's a greyhound with lots of ability. The other one that's been flying under the radar, Jace and Gareth, is poor Oswald. His last 3 wins at Sandown, 29.20s, and then last week 29.18, 5 seconds flat early off box 1. So all of a sudden, Gareth, if he draws a box 2, I mean, he often doesn't get spoken about.
Yeah.
But he's won $250,000, and he's a very talented type. So, yeah, look, it's going to be an interesting box draw. Obviously, we'll chat about it later in the week too, Gareth. But can't wait for Saturday night.
What about you, Jace? I'm with Traumatised. Look out. I don't believe in Jason Thompson. I don't know what price he was before the markets were closed.
We're still 21s.
Plugging him.
I think he was still 21s, Gareth. Yeah.
Was he really?
Yeah. I
There
think
you
so.
go. He went, what box draw do I need? Box 1?
Yeah, well, that'll be
You probably
handy.
want a soft heat with him as opposed to a good draw. I mean, he's that sort of dog that hasn't necessarily cut loose at the top level yet. So you'd want a weak heat. I think that's more important than a good draw for him.
What about the Phoenix at the moment? And just having a look at the market now with Bet365, Cumbria Jack at $4, Sipper on Time at $5.50, Horizon Sparkles at $7.50, Dewan Stars the X Factor, but was beaten there the other day at $10. Is there a dog that you think that should be in this race, Jason, that's not in the race at the moment?
Oh, there's probably heaps, but I mean, I don't think, and we saw the withdrawal of Barefoot Zulu through Sportsbet yesterday. I don't think anyone's going to be making a move before Melbourne Cup heats this Saturday night. I mean, there's just too much risk attached, and given there's only 2 greyhounds locked away at the moment, there's still a massive amount of opportunity. No one's been rushed at this point in time, so look, there's a heap of dogs that deserve a spot in there. Zipper on Times hitting these big races at the perfect purple patch of her career. So, yeah, there's a long list of them, but I don't think anyone's going to be making moves ahead of this Saturday night. Maybe after this week. We could get a flurry next week before the Melbourne Cup, but time will tell.
I think, Gareth, with a couple of those outs, if you like to call them that, with slick splits and that, it's a little bit more light on this year than it was last year. I remember last year, I mean, there was dogs like In the Hub that I was sort of campaigning for that it could run a good first split and you could get a wide draw, obviously, when you get to pick your own box at the Phoenix, and I thought he was one that you would look to pick up. Mally Beauty, I think this year, I know she was beaten by slick splits soundly in the Top Gun, but I think if you are able to get 4, 5 and 6 with her, she does like to use a bit of the track. I think Tribeca will come in for some interest for sure. I mean, and what's wrong with Cole, that kid? I mean, he's done nothing wrong. I mean, I know it's been at Sandown, but his form's been pretty good. We might get to see the old-timer Tim Zoo as well. Wouldn't that be interesting?
It would be great.
It's a long shot, but I mean, if we could get him there, it'd be great.
If it was for the people voting, he definitely would be in this year's Phoenix. Hey, have you got any winners for us today and tonight, or tonight at Ballarat and the Meadows?
Yeah, I've got one at each track. We'll start off at the Meadows. Race 5, number 2, Remus Lupin, comes in with nice provincial form. I think it's drawn quite well here today, but I'm really keen on one at Ballarat. Race 8, number 6, Kako Magic. I think we tipped it on your show a couple of weeks ago where it absolutely was a thing licked off box 1, or it powered home at Sandown. It's over the 5:45 here tonight. And just with a clean getaway, it's not brilliant early, but he can show a bit of speed. I think he'll be really hard to beat. He races well at Ballarat. So race 8, number 6, best of the night, Kako Magic.
Do you know what? We'll do a little bit of a cameo weekly chase, I reckon, on Friday when we can analyse these Melbourne Cup heats. We'll get Jason, Georgie, and of course, we might discuss all of that on racing.com. And then we've got the racing.com coverage as well on Saturday night. Looking forward to that, Jace.
Yeah, it's going to be enormous. So, yeah, if we can get a spot on Friday, mate, I'll be here. And as well, complementing that Melbourne Cup heats in the set of 8 is the heats of the Bold Trees as well. So, Georgie, just quickly, we've got the big guns that you'd expect. There's one interesting runner nominated. That is Magpie Hector.
Looking forward to that because his run homes over 600 are really good. Obviously, without a trace in there and ethanol water, connections have said this is her swan song. Obviously, in the Bold Trees, whatever she does, win, lose or draw, she'll be retired at stud and mated to Smooth Plain, keeping it in-house there for 2 guns.
Beautiful. Thanks for that, boys. We'll catch up with you on Friday. Looking forward to those fields droppings like Christmas. Just waiting for them, Jace. When will they be out?
Well, I just got a message saying the box draw's set for midday. So within 5-10 minutes, we're going to have the fields for this Saturday night. Good on you, Jace. Thanks for that, mate. Thanks, mate. There's Jason Adams and Georgie Ferrugia. That wraps up Giddy Up live from Cambridge Stud. Thanks to the NZB team, Jesse Gower and Andrew Seabrook for having us, of course, this week, and all of the farms. Trelawney Stud, Brett and Cherry Taylor do a wonderful job, and they looked after us unbelievably well, including, of course, my favourite cat of all time, Stormy. Thanks to the Waikato team. Thanks, of course, to everybody involved there at Pengara yesterday. So it's a lot of fun. We'll be back, of course, next week, hopefully. But thanks for your time, and we'll catch up with you tomorrow from 8 o'clock.